Good morning and welcome to the Cooper Associates County Ground for day 2 of Somerset versus Surrey in what is a fascinating clash at the top of the County Championship Division 1. Surrey starting the day 0-0, and myself and Vic Marks this morning and just have a little debrief of the closing stages of yesterday, maybe even the whole of yesterday's play, and just a bit of a summary of what happened. I left with about 8 overs to go. I watched a little bit in the car park before I got into my car, and it seemed like it was a little bit of chaos out there, Vic.
Well, quite a lot of chaos, if we're honest. Well, it was when you left. It was approximately 305 for 5, and Somerset I'm thinking, well, 400 is a distinct possibility. It would be a dominant score. Then, well, we'll catalogue it very quickly. Tom Batten, who batted brilliantly, was completely duped by a very good slower ball, and he was hacking it, probably towards your car,
into
more or
space.
less. Yeah, but he missed it. It was a 60-mile-an-hour off-cutter, and he completely misread it, and he ended up, heaving about 10 minutes early. So after that, Gregory plays one ball. Next ball from the new over, shag heap. Casey Aldridge, who played really well, wandered down the wicket or had a great swish, missed it. It was way out of his crease, bowled. Sort of shot that at some point the batting coach in these sympathetic times said, "Well, tell me, Casey, what were you thinking at the time?"
I wasn't thinking, Coach. I wasn't thinking. Do you think there's a case when you have a great innings like Banton's was, which undoubtedly, regardless of the dismissal, was a superb almost a coming of age knock, wasn't it? The observers of that, the guys waiting to come in, almost get a little bit high on that sort of an innings, and they go out sometimes forgetting the basics of the game, that you have to build your own momentum personally. You can't, like Banton was on 135. You're not on 135 when you walk out there, because, like I said, in that 2 or 3 minutes I was walking towards the car, it was just like, what? It's just the game went into turbo. Very reminiscent of the England second innings against Sri Lanka.
Well, yeah. I don't know quite what went through the head. I think they thought probably the job had been done for the day. We've got 300. We'll probably get about 350, 400 here. And I'm sure that they've thought about this game. We've got to be positive, all that sort, because we've got to win this game, not look for survival. I thought then when Craig Overton came out, well, at least he's been around a bit. He's a wise old bird, and he got 6 runs off about 3 balls, some short balls. He hit 1 for 4. And then the last ball of that particular over, he runs down the wicket and has a big swipe and misses it. It did turn a little bit. He's stumped. He didn't want to go, actually, and we couldn't tell from the replay. He dragged his foot back.
Well, he has got some girt feet.
He has got girt feet. That's a good. To those listening outside Somerset, that means that's a large.
Just to remind everyone, this is a Somerset production.
Yeah. Anyway, he, regardless of whether he was in or out, he looked a bit grumpy when he left. But regardless of that, it was having already taken 6 or 3 balls. So he went. After which, Gregory was bowled rather like Lewis Goldsworthy. He was defending on the crease, but it went past the outside edge and clipped his off stump, and he was, bowled out.
But a legitimate.
Yeah. He was defending, but on the crease. And suddenly that's 8 or 9 down, and Randall, just penultimate, what would have been the penultimate ball of the day, was a classic forward defensive modern LBW to the left arm spinner, hitting them in the middle of the pad, pushing forward.
Like we spoke about
all
day.
It may have straightened a fraction, but, you're pushing forward to...
Couple of perfect Al-Hassan dismissals.
So 2 swipes.
Tom Abel's skid, which he wants you to do, and the LBW, those undercutters that we spoke about. But I suppose, is it fair to say that we could say marginally complacent? Charlie Taylor,
well,
I think he described me as a positive Percy or something like that. It was very flattering, but slightly complacent. But we said 100 for 4.
Yeah.
We had that conversation. We're shaking hands at 350.
It
looked like it could have been 400. We've ended up with 317. So certainly not a bad day for Somerset.
It's not a bad day if you take it from 11 o'clock, but if you take it from 5 o'clock, when you thought, well, they can do most of their run scoring in the ideal world in that first innings and get to 400, takes the pressure off the third innings of the match. However, the thing is, as you say, 317 is certainly a competitive score. We don't quite know how this week's going to play. And the other thing that has to be done in any dressing room, you've got to know last night which dressing room was buoyant. It would have been that Surrey dressing room because they got out of jail. But it's a new day, and if you're in that Somerset dressing room, you can't dwell on that now. You've got 300 on the board. They haven't got anything on the board. You've got a new ball. You've got some cloud cover. You know there's going to be a bit of spin, and you've got to catch every chance that comes your way and go from here.
Yeah, it certainly is game on. Surrey line up with Dom Sibley and Rory Burns, two very, very good technical batters. Obviously, well reported that Burns has quite a unique way of going about his business with two batters that you certainly have to get out.
Yeah, they've both been in princely form lately, and I think from a Somerset perspective, these are the big barriers, these two. They've both been in, Burns recently has been great, Nick, scoring double centuries. And Sibley, likewise, I think, has scored a stack of runs as well. And these are huge barriers. If you get past these two quite quickly, then you think there's possibilities here.
Right, Overton from the Trescothic stand end to Rory Burns, who's off the mark straight away. He's playing it late down into the ground in the gully region. Interesting to see, definitely a case that the analysts have been doing their work. Tom Abel for both batters is standing at a leg gully, which is quite irregular, isn't it?
Yeah.
Certainly from word go, especially Craig Overton's not an express pace bowler. Certainly gets bounced. He's 6'6". You expect he'll get a bit of lift.
Well, I think Sibley has been caught. I've seen Sibley caught at test level, sort of, kind of playing the leg glide. Or Abel's there, I think, for shots almost off the face of the bat.
Maybe that was a type of cricketer out of my a funny word 11 that I could have used yesterday. A glider. We didn't have a glider in there, did we? Haven't had leg glide for a while.
No.
Yeah, I see what you mean. It's that one off the hip. I think. It's
I don't think he's not there for the fended short ball. But he plays off the hip. He gets quite a long way over, and he's very strong in that area. It's a big area of run scoring for him, sort of square on the leg side.
So I think all in all, Vic, to summarise the state of play, I think Somerset at sort of 5 o'clock-ish, where the wiggly worm would have been sort of 70-30, and I think by close of play and where we are now, it's smack bang in the middle, isn't it?
Somewhere, yeah. You never quite know what this pitch is going to do. I mean, obviously, Leach is going to be a busy man, but it wouldn't have helped him if they could make some inroads with the new ball.
Yeah, certainly having right-handers at the crease. I do see Burns being a big dismissal. My gut feeling is, and I think I did mention it yesterday, that I felt like with Jack Leach being a slightly more classical, over-the-top, spinner in terms of seam presentation, the gut feeling is he'll get a little bit more out of the pitch. Shakib Al-Hassan bowled well, I think, when you look at his
but he got out of jail a bit.
4 for 90.
He got ended with 4 for 90, but at one point he was 1 for 85 or something like that.
Oh, that's going to be close. Goldsworthy's quick.
I think if that had hit, we'll have a look, I expect.
Slightly weak throw there from Goldsworthy.
Yeah,
he was in an awkward position, wasn't he? Turning, leaning back.
And he's left-handed, of course. He had to sort of switch. Let's have a look. He's probably all right, wasn't he? Just about.
Right on line, just a little bit too high for Goldsworthy. The last thing you want on an overcast morning is a barbecue from your fellow batter up the other end. Yeah, that would have been a real bonus there for Somerset.
It's a grey old day, and I'm not sure we'll go without interruption. There's grey clouds floating around. It's not quite so windy, I don't think, as yesterday, but there's still a pretty strong breeze, which most bowlers don't like.
We've got the benefit of the Eurolay speed gun here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. Craigo just registering a couple of miles an hour under Roach and Worrell, but he's got that advantage of that extra, you know, five inches, I would say, at least. He's a big man. He's the talisman, certainly, for the.
Well, this is going to be interesting to one and all, because I'm pretty sure this is Brett Randall about to bowl his first ball for Somerset.
And
we don't really know what to expect.
Fellow Central District.
So you're right behind
cricketer.
him. We're all right behind him.
Come on, the Staggies.
Where's that place? It's like Palmerston North.
Yeah.
Played there once. God, there was the wind. Talk about wind. It was wind bowling that day. Well, that's a fair old start. He's quite a slender 6-footer, I'd say. Got nice and close to the stumps.
I always thought for a minute that Archie Vaughan was taking
I
the
know.
new ball. He has a look at him with the hair and the build.
Yeah, he is, however, he looks very young, but he is quite young by my standards, but he's 29. It runs up very straight. And let's have another look.
Oh, that's
well,
a
we
beauty.
like that.
If he keeps bowling there, he'll be a shoe-in for the next 5 seasons here at Taunton.
Let's have a look at this one. It's just jagged away with pace.
Yeah, that's a proper New Zealand length he's bowled there. Slightly shorter than your classic English seamers. So I think a little bit fuller from there.
Yeah.
But yeah, he's got those skills. You can see nice up and down action.
You're going to have to look at the radar when it comes around. We all like to know what sort of pace we're looking at. It's a testing sort of line, just a fraction wide, but a bit of zip.
Yeah, we like thumbs up from up here for me.
Well, look
Vic.
at that pace, I don't believe it.
Yeah, like I said, I think Eurolay's had a tough season. You know,
well, he's coming up at 72, 73, and I mean, look where Rue and the slips are standing.
They've been on the old Eurolay speed guns, been on the wine and cheese that they so marvellously supply, and I think you're just a little bit tired. Yeah, it needs greasing up a little bit, that's for sure. It definitely measures. I think it measures down a little bit.
Well, it's an impressive first over so far. And I think after that player missed, Sibley's suddenly thinking, hang on a minute, I think I better have a very careful look here.
Yeah, really encouraging start here from Randall. I wonder if any Kiwis have slept themselves into jet lag so they can stay up, watch the stream and see how the young fella gets on.
I suspect there won't be quite so many watching the progress of Randall as there was watching Shakib, but you're all welcome.
Absolutely, absolutely. Yeah, I wonder. I was going to do a count of how many times someone from Bangladesh said that he was the best all-rounder in the world. It was definitely a point they were drumming home. That's a lovely first over there in Somerset colours from Brett Randall. You are welcome, sir. Come back anytime. Absolute beauties.
Well, he's probably sort of biting himself, or pinching himself is the answer, isn't it? What am I doing here, playing in Taunton in September?
Well, that's a good sign as well. I think watching Lewis walk back to the slips, mimicking his gather, which is slightly unique. Obviously, he's excited. The captain, the slip cordon.
Well, it's a very good first over. Testing line, not too much width, but just outside that off stump. Bags of experience, of course, at the top of this order. It was England's opening pair for a while, wasn't it? I don't think they'll get back necessarily under this regime, although both these guys have been playing T20, and Sibley opens the batting with some success at that format.
Yeah, he got a good 60 in the quarter final. Just let you know, everyone that's on the live stream, there's a comments page. I'll be keeping a loose eye on it through the day. Any questions, observations, comments, anything that me and Vic have missed, which is unlikely, but you never know, it could happen. You help us out. You're our 12th man.
Oh, that is a beauty. That's the perfect length, really, isn't it? And not a bad line. Bit of zip there. Just more going on with the arm than anything, but he had to play it. Stayed inside the line though, maybe. He's a real veteran campaigner now, Burns. He's still scoring a stash of runs with an amazing record as captain of Surrey.
Yeah, he does have a unique sort of style. Almost, when I watch him play, it almost reminds me a little bit of former Somerset captain and Australian opener Chris Rogers. It can sometimes look a little bit ungainly, but just has a, he's connected his brain with his technique. He's got a really good method of how to score runs. Hard to get out, and actually sometimes the way that someone shapes up can affect your bowling a little bit. You get your eye gets drawn to movements that you're not used to seeing sometimes.
Yeah, I mean he's very strong, like all good openers maybe. Both these guys actually, leg stump. They love it there, don't they? Anything around there. Sibley, even when Sibley was playing for England and getting a bit of a calm, but if they bowled something on middle and leg that wasn't quite the right length, boom, away it went. And I think it's a very strong area too for Burns.
Yeah, I think one of the feathers in the cap for young Archie Vaughan was, I think the word that we used. You mentioned about playing the ball on its merit. I talked a little bit about temperament. These two are classic openers, aren't they? They are willing to bat all day. They want to bat all day. They don't go searching for runs that aren't there. They just soak up pressure.
They'll bide their time, and they'll try and make you bowl straighter, I think. They're neither the most fluent of, they'll probably prove me wrong, of offside players. But a lot of openers, they're not really so interested in old style openers, that is. They're not that interested in scoring on the offside because that's more risky. As the outside edge comes into play, what they want the bowlers to do is come closer. They'll bore them into. They'll leave the ball there sometimes. Just leave it. Come on, get a bit closer. And they just stray around the leg stump. Boom, off they go. Yeah,
I think the real sort of hyper examples of what you explained there would be in England shirt, Jonathan Trott. In Aussie colours, Steve Smith. Trying to suck you in towards the middle stump because the pad's in the way.
Alistair Cook's a bit like that, and he was mustard off his legs. Well, he's got a left-hander to deal with now, Randall, and once more he's first ball, he's on target. When did you play for Central Districts? How long ago was that?
I think I played 2 seasons for them. I think it would have been, I want to say like 9, 10 and 10, 11, somewhere around there. The second season coming away with a Plunkett Shield medal, which was very nice. Some team runs there for Surrey. Randall just getting a little bit too straight there, and little flick off the thigh pad and away.
I don't know whether he...
for the first boundary of the day.
Yeah. But there is...
lovely shape.
Yeah. So that he played at Palmerston North. Where else did they play? Central Districts?
Well, my first year I was based at Hawke's Bay, where they play at McLean Park. The one-day games at McLean Park, and the sort of ground next door is where they played the 4-day cricket. McLean Park, one of a number of rugby pitches they play on with drop-in fields. Napier, sorry, yeah, Napier.
Yeah. I've watched a Test match there.
The Art Deco city.
Yeah.
When I had days off
the
there,
earthquake.
they had some terrible earthquakes. But yeah, it was. When I had days off there, it felt like I was in the 1930s as well. It was like, right, I've had me 13 coffees now. What next? No, amazing place to be and spend a couple of winters.
I think Stuart Broad made his debut there. Nearly. Well, no, maybe not, but it was around that tour. I watched the Test match on the rugby ground there.
Some really good cricketers my first year. We had Ross Taylor was there both years.
Yeah.
Just caught the end of Jacob Oram, Matthew Sinclair and Jamie Howe. Doug Bracewell was there at the time. So yeah, it was a steady team, and the young lads in the team were Will Young.
All right, yeah.
Who was just coming through. Really enjoyed facing Adam Milne in the nets. Not so much.
Right, as a young pup.
Young and even is faster than he bowls now. Absolute tear away. Yeah, really impressed with this.
Have a look at the old radar again if it comes up.
Well, I think we just assume that maybe it's an optical illusion. Uralea are obviously going to get it right, but my gut feeling is it's not in the low 70s. But that's quick enough.
Well, it's the pace of the
skills.
pitch he seems to be getting there. That's zipped through to Rue, who is standing a fair way back there. They've got an extra slip. They've taken the leg slip out and put him in at fourth slip. And it's he hasn't got a wicket, but he's bowled 2 terrific overs, and he's getting a warm round of applause from a slightly smaller crowd than we saw yesterday. Forecast not so good today.
Well, one thing to pick up from the live chat so far is there is a little bit. There's a heaviness. There's a tiny little bit of drizzle. Certainly not enough to go off, but potentially while the seamers are on, it's going to help the seamers just get a little bit of skid off of the pitch. Might just help the ball nip a little bit. But you know, we mentioned yesterday, Vic, that in terms of like bowling seam with the Kookaburra ball in England, you have that sort of 25 over window almost to really try and do a bit of damage in the order. And then, as we saw yesterday with Surrey, the ball started to reverse swing a tiny little bit, which obviously will take some sort of preparation in terms of getting the ball into the rough areas, getting it rough on one side and keeping the shiny side smooth. Going to be tough to do that today with there being moisture around though.
I think so, and I'm not sure any of this attack. I can't really speak about Randall, but that adept at reverse swing, really. I don't think Craig does it much, does he?
Well, the only thing with Randall is he looks quite sort of like loose in his wrist.
Yeah,
it looks like there's a nice little flick.
And also, while we're on that, I assume, will be very familiar with the Kookaburra ball, because I expect you played with the Kookaburra, did you, when you were out in New Zealand? And I presume they still do. So that's a very cunning thought.
Charlie's made it in. He's just settling in behind us. He's fresh from the breakfast show. He's already been up for 3.5 days, so we'll give him a bit of time. He can go and have a coffee and a bacon knacker.
Well, he's done a day's work.
We'll hold the fort, Squire. Don't worry.
Let's get pretty fair. He's done it, as I say. He's done a day's work,
hasn't he? Just.
I wonder who he's grilled this morning. Anyone in particular? He's been.
Let's not get political on the Somerset live stream.
No, but I think we're allowed to note that he's been interviewing an MP, a West Country MP.
That acronym could mean so many different things, and often they're doing a job that isn't anything to do with Member of Parliament.
They
find themselves in the news for other reasons a lot of the time. But maybe I'll leave you and Charlie to discuss.
Discuss that. Good, a rare, discreet decision.
Craig's finding a lovely length here to Burns and Sibley. There's occasional movement, but not a huge amount so far.
I mean, he's bowled one Jaffa to Burns that beat him, but actually Randall has zipped the ball through outside that off stump a little bit more often. Anyway, it's early days. It's 8 for no wicket. It's testing, but they're in no hurry, Burns and Sibley. That's so good, and that did just went on a bit.
That's the one. That's definitely a conscious in-swinger, that isn't it?
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
just pushed across
And the
him.
breeze is that way again. I don't know whether that makes much difference at his pace, but that left Burns, as ever. Abel's there, running up. Quick pat on the back for the bowler. They've had 5 good overs, actually. No freebies.
I mean, bar the Goldsworthy dismissal, it's got that similar feel, hasn't it? It's tense out there. You can tell that
Yeah.
you know, it's 2 bowlers that are hitting their straps, bowling well, and 2 batters scrapping for their lives. Fascinating to watch. One of the great parts of watching championship 4-day, 5-day cricket. These little scraps where you've got to trade blows 6 hours a day.
I mean, in a sense, yes, looking back at yesterday, which we don't want to do too much, but from a Surrey perspective, they kind of got the reward for, apart from that little session straight after tea, of keeping the game relatively under control, even if they weren't taking many wickets. So when that flurry came, they weren't out of the game because they kept it relatively tight throughout. And then that magic 5-wicket spell came along, and the score was 300 and not 360, which it could have been.
There's always that cricket cliche, isn't there, Vic? You add 2 to the score and see where you are, but certainly when you add 5,
Yeah.
it's changed the dynamic of the game. And again, not that you can just look at a scorecard. They don't always tell the complete picture, but it certainly looked like Tom Banton has played an absolute gem of a knock there on day 1. And I have to say, watching Randall for the, I don't know, what is it now, 16, 17 balls he's bowled, absolutely top drawer at the moment. Thank you, Matt Henry. He's still potentially bowling well for Somerset with his recommendations, even when he's not here.
Well, there may be, there's that element of investment in bringing him over as well. He's getting that natural movement away. Just wants to keep Sibley playing. He could leave that one. Sibley is on red alert, I think. He didn't know what to expect, wouldn't have faced him before, and now he's thinking, hang on a minute.
Well, Rui's pretty much standing back on Craig Overton's end of his run-up, so he's a good strip back. So yeah, he's carrying the best part of 20 yards back to him, and comfortably at the moment. He's taken a number of balls up around his chest shoulder, so he's certainly getting the ball through. It's very, very tidy. Bit of a question here on the live chat: when will Triggs be invited on to TMS? I actually think
Well,
that,
don't ask me.
in Vic's calendar, he's got 16 days with Trigo, and he said that is enough for me. Thank you very much.
Well, I'm afraid that's beyond my pay grade. There's no doing me there.
Lovely bouncy hair as well, old Randall.
Well, I hadn't spotted that.
It is.
Well, that's
He's looking regal running in at the moment. Leachy chasing that out to the boundary.
almost an all-run for that, but that's where he's strong, of course.
Leachy stretching his legs. He's going to have some work to do today.
He is. As I keep saying, it would help him if there were 1 or 2 down when he came on.
It's been a great start so far.
Well, just thinking from he's bowled really well, and what a difference a wicket would make too. He's deserved a wicket in a sense. He's bowled as well as he could have ever expected, but he's up against 2. Oh, good. That zipped through, didn't it? That's a cracker.
That's a beautiful delivery. That is a stunning delivery. Triggs will be asking Randall what conditioner he uses. I'm gonna start a rumour. I don't know. I'm gonna make the guess, Vic, that you haven't seen the Head and Shoulders advert. Looking at you now with your tightly cropped round the sides barnet.
Well,
you
if
got at the moment.
to be honest, he's got a little bit of movement there.
You know the one Head and Shoulders. I didn't know you had dandruff.
Okay, yeah. I tend to switch off.
Randall's the bloke in the corner, and he just go, I don't. I think it's him.
Well, he got very good eyesight. You sure it's not Archie Vaughan?
It could be Archie Vaughan.
Well, I think you could just about get away with that.
I've got the old goggles on these days. The eyes are failing, Vic. It's the Rosie warned me about this years ago. He went, Triggs, I tell you what, when they start going, lad, they go. A great start from the Somerset pair so far. I know, Somerset have played so much meaningful cricket this year. I know the old niggle worm is definitely in the dressing room. A couple of seam bowlers carrying little stresses and strains they're trying to manage themselves through. Obviously they got the next couple of weekends where they're going to be chasing trophies. Another beautiful delivery there.
He's just got his rhythm now, hasn't he? But it's a high quality duel actually we're watching at the moment, because these two, Overton and Randall, have been on the money. They've been getting the ball just a move, a fraction, good carry through to the keeper. But they're up against two batsmen who are not going to be fretted by that. They're not, but they're hanging in. Okay. Well, talking of TMS, one of my TMS colleagues is an ardent Surrey fan, and that's Daniel Norcross.
Sat next to him a few times.
Yeah.
Good day to you.
Oh, he's...
What a great man. Nearly. Goldsworthy was interested there at square leg, but Sibbs has absolutely timed the heck out of that, and it races away for 4.
That's where he's strong. I mean, that's not a bad ball. He's clipped that in the air for a while. Anyway, he's been taken by Randall. I don't know, Jack Leach is going to have a ball. And he says, in the light, I suppose, of Shakib's signing, he said, typical Somerset splash their millions on Kiwi sensation Brett Randall in attempt to buy the championship, he says. I mean, he is such a keen follower of Surrey that he'll sit down and he'll listen to you all day.
Well, feelings mutual.
Now then, so it's been a very, very promising first spell, but I think we're going to have a look and see what Jack Leach can do.
Well, this is brewing for the classic switcheroo, isn't it? Leach on early, hard ball. Yeah. Overton gets through spell. Randall, who is impressed, follows, and just to keep applying that pressure. So really like that from Lewis Gregory, who over the last couple of years, when I'm around the houses speaking to different people, his stock has certainly risen in terms of his cricket IQ, his captaincy. Everyone speaks very, very highly about having him in the environment.
Yeah.
Hopefully this is a little moment for him where he can claim a bit of intellectual superiority.
Well, we got two good captains actually in this match. I mean, Burns' record is pretty good. He's got some good resources at Surrey, but he's made the best of them. And Gregory has a great feel for the game. That must have hit. Who have we got? Banton, I think, at forward short leg.
You think after getting 130, someone else would put their hand up for short leg, wouldn't you?
Just put the best man there. Perhaps he's very good there. That's hit him quite hard. I think he's hardly rubbed it.
I think Goldsworthy got a naught. Get him in
there. you can be
punishment.
Really, you can be old school, can't you? Still.
Yeah. We could have the opening batter tombola, and we could also have the short leg tombola. I'll tell you what. I do most things for the old Wyvern, but going into short leg is not one. And not enough tea and China, Vic. Crikey me. I did it once. Did not end well.
Did you?
I went in there on this spinning deck. I can't even remember where it was, but because I was quite a heavy lander on my left foot, I used to have to cut the toe out of my left bowling boot to release the pressure from my big toe, left big toe. Someone played a slug sweep and it hit me on the hole and just ripped my toenail clean off. That was about I was in there 3 balls. I slammed the helmet down, never again.
Really? I thought you were fearless in every aspect of the game.
I'm not stupid though. Oh, there we go. There we go.
Well, that's 2 in a row, that is. 2 in a row.
I had a feeling that would be the case. Oh, Leachy's on fire. Surrey are terrified. Leachy's on fire.
16 for no wicket, Pete.
Yeah, well, let's get excited. That's exciting. That brings both edges right into play there.
Well, he's got, at the moment, well, it's a very good first over. I think his problem will come against Burns, who's always been, I think, a pretty proactive player against spin. And we saw a couple sweeps against Leach there, straight away, from outside off stump. One of them hit Banton, the brave, the very brave, the braver than Trigo Banton. And the other went off for a single, but he's not going to muck around just prodding forward all day, particularly now that he's seen that ball turn. And against Sibley, it turned not out the rough, it turned off the line of middle and leg. So a few questions asked, a lot of questions being asked by the Somerset attack, but no rewards yet.
Yeah, absolutely. Leachy's going to be a real challenge as soon as, like you always say as a spinner, you only need to turn 1, but he's turned 2, so it's going to be both edges are in play.
Well, that means, I mean, he wants to keep control. He could get a back pad, and given that the inside edge is also now for Sibley, is now relevant.
It looks quite clear that Burns is going to sweep a lot. That's an absolute beauty there from Craig Overton, hovering around that middle and off stump line and jagging across him. I'll tell you what though, credit to his technique for staying in tight, playing and missing that.
Yeah.
If you sort of offer the bat slightly towards that, you're going to nick it.
And also, he's the sort of batsman who plays and misses, or is he playing? But it looks like he's playing and missing, and he just doesn't look at all bothered by that. And then he gets an opportunity to play not a graceful shot, but a really canny one where he just lets it come onto the bat and glides it down to the vacant third man area. Not a terrible ball, but he's made the most of it. It wasn't that wide, but he just had enough room to glide it down there. Another glide. So a bit of frustration here in that the bat has been beaten several times, but no wickets have accrued, and Burns is up for it. However, the first 2 deliveries from Leach were interesting. They hit that interesting patch you're talking about.
It's going to be fascinating viewing. Leachy's got certainly a job to do.
I think I'd want a third man, frankly. He's done that again. That
man round the corner would be the obvious one that you could lose. It's a speculation position, isn't it? Is that a fair call?
Yeah. He is the obvious one.
Well, Leachy's got a big job to do today. He'll also be shining that ball ferociously, trying to get it reversing for the seam bowlers that are going to rotate from this end. Archie Vaughan as an option as well, and
look after the ball, Craig.
The occasional curl into the top corner. So the video that we spoke about yesterday, Vic, you talked about shining the ball.
Oh, right. What's this?
We talked about preparing the ball. It often gets thrown in between overs. Just certain players that are excellent at looking after the ball.
What happened?
And we've got some footage here of you, Vic. Talk me through your technique. Shine, shine, shine. Looking after the ball. Oh, there we go. There we go, Vic. Somerset's premier ball shiner, Vic Marks, ladies and gentlemen. You can play that as many times as you like today.
Okay.
So, any defence?
Well, I'm taken aback here, really.
It was warm that day, wasn't it?
Just getting everything organised to get the ball on a length, around about middle. Somewhere.
So you are. With that sort of ball shining, who needs sandpaper?
I hadn't been aware of that before.
Well, Nate, I'm glad I brought it to your attention.
Thank you. But did you notice how I was holding it in my fingers, the ball? The cricket ball.
Yeah, it was almost certainly going to reverse for Joel Garner. We actually played that at the Joel Garner night. It was 150 people in the Colin Atkinson Pavilion, and don't worry, I did make sure that was rewound and played a number of times.
I'm glad I wasn't there. Right, Leach versus Sibley. What's he going to do? Is he going to...
Oh, that sounded pad first. That's close. There's going to be a lot of replays today. You can see it. As he got outside the line potentially. Oh, he must have nicked it.
That was similar to the Randell dismissal last night.
Steve O'Shaughnessy is going to have eyes on Storks today.
Well, it's a huge thing for an umpire, actually, is at which end? I mean, we will see some Archie Vaughan, but which end's Leach going to bowl?
This one.
Because I know if you're the umpire, you're thinking, have I got him nearly all day? Because you can't rest.
Well, here's the question: would you, if you were an umpire, would you want to be at that end, the business end, or would you want
I like a quiet life. I think I'd sooner be up the other end.
You want to be the square leg meeting in the middle, going, "Oh, Shawnee, I think you got that one."
What? He knows that's not that, but it's a beautiful ball.
Tell you what, 317. I'll shake your hand now.
Well, yeah, but you got to make it's a fascinating first. What have you had? Half an hour. The bat's been beaten really quite frequently, more often than we'd expect from the seamers as well. But Jack Leach has got that ball spinning, and he's bowled terrifically well at Sibley, who hasn't really found an answer yet. But no wickets have yet fallen, but there's plenty happening out there. Now, Overton's having a rest, and we're going to watch Randell from this end. He bowled over the wicket to Burns initially, but I think he's going to go round, in part, I reckon, because of the breeze, in that it's very much leg to off when he bowls to the left-hander. So I guess he's going to keep looking for that outside edge, with a bit of help from the breeze, but you're the seamer.
Yeah, you'd think the round the wicket sort of ploy at the moment is very much in favour for right-handed bowlers, isn't it? And I think, but he's shown the skill to move it away from the righty. I haven't seen him bowl the other one yet, so it'd be interesting. I think if he hasn't got the other one, he's probably got to have a look at over the wicket.
Well, he started when he bowled from the other end, the river end. He did bowl over the wicket to the few deliveries he bowled at Burns. But so you've got now that he's at our end, you can have a closer look at his haircut.
Beautiful, love. It is in stunning condition, first and foremost. And he knows it, the way he's brushing his hands through his hair. It's very bouncy on the way in. Someone needs to sit down.
Not only, I've had another thought about what cunning signing he might be. Not only is he used to a kookaburra, but he's used to high winds. Yes. That's what we've got today. We've got kookaburra, high winds.
You definitely get plenty of those in New Zealand, that's for sure. Yeah, and that one's just offered towards the slip, so he's got very, very good handle on his skills.
Yeah, and I mean, in a way, they've left that third man open, I think possibly just as a temptation, because I reckon that's, apart from square leg, that's where he's looking to score. But you can get greedy, I suppose. you could also yield 4 runs, but maybe from around the wicket too. If you give him no space, it's not such an option.
Yeah, I suppose. I mean, the only thing you could do if you were intent on keeping that leg gully in, you could hedge it slightly and make him try and hit back down the ground. You could move mid off and point. You could move points with gully line. You could move mid off to in between sort of mid off and cover, and leave the gap open straight down the wicket.
I also think, but what do you think? I think that leg slip, when he's around the wicket, is less likely to come into play too than when he's over the wicket.
I think it's got to be Paul. It's got to be Paul's a bad ball, isn't it?
Yeah. Anyway, we'll see.
Go straight to him now.
Well, I'm doing my best.
You know what us commentators I like.
Who is? Well, it's I think it's Tom Lamby at leg slip. Well, he's put that away majestically. It's not a great ball, but he's certainly put it away with huge authority. It's not happy Burns, movement.
Yeah, I think the floor below us where the 1875 suite is, there's a bit of excitement. I think the old coffee and cakes just come out, and he's going to pick up another boundary, back-to-back boundaries for Rory Burns, and he moves on to 20, 32 without loss, Surrey.
Yeah, well, he's looking in very good nick. He's looking patient, but everything in his arc. If it's short, he's tucked that one down to third man without any apparent risk. I think if...
Well, I'd say anything outside of off stump, he looks like he's going to just try and late cut everything.
Yeah,
so.
well, I'd have a third man, I think. No, I don't want him getting forward for that all the time. And also, you've seen, the other factor is, I know this shouldn't sound negative, but you've seen Leach turning that ball. You just want to keep that pressure on too. Because they can't, Sibley at the moment can't see a way of scoring against Leach if he bowls well. If you want pressure from the other end too. Batsmen, even old batsmen like these two, they don't like being becalmed for too long. Hello, and he's responded. There goes the reverse sweep, and it's a good one.
Sorry, old batsman. Reverse sweep incoming.
Well, they are quite experienced batsmen. These two.
I mean, in fairness, with the challenge that he's being set, that's probably one of the safer shots.
He looks safer doing that than he does playing the forward defensive.
I think both of these two will sweep a lot today.
Yeah. Let's have a look whether Gregory's not going to... He's just going to slightly adjust the line of the backward point there.
With the ball, going straight or spinning very sharply, if you play with a straight bat, you're waiting. You're going to dig yourself a big hole, aren't you? And you're going to get a good ball at some stage that's going to catch the edge or hit the shin.
Yeah, when it's turning, I'm thinking now as a batsman trying to. And you're up against a bowler of Leach's quality. You have to be proactive, I think, because he's not going to bowl you any rubbish. And you've got to make it, even the best bowlers, if they're attacked, when he was reverse swept there, that was a perfectly good delivery. It was a length delivery on off stump. And bowlers, even the best bowlers, get a bit uptight when their good balls are getting hit for 4. So you've got to try and make the bowler, in conditions that help him, bowl badly, because if you don't, he'll get you.
Yeah, I think one of the advantages Sibley has is he's very tall. So he can get right out to the ball and try and negate the spin that's on show. But as you've seen, the ball is spinning pretty sharply. Burns is going to. I think Burns is going to look to sweep almost every ball.
Yeah. Well, he'll have protection Leach, but I'm sure you're right.
Archie Vaughan from this end soon?
Probably. But I think that think that'll be quite soon. I would give Randell another go. I want him to bowl at Sibley, actually. Sibley's looked more vulnerable. Burns has played really exceptionally well. He's been beaten a couple of times by Overton, but has middled most things. Gregory's coming over and he's pointing towards that third man area. And I think, take the leg slip out, I think you're right. And he's sending Archie Vaughan, who's also doing a bit of warming up, down to that third man boundary. And Tom Lamby is coming from leg slip into that point region. Randall, I like to see it. He's just moving his men himself. He wants Goldsworthy a bit straighter mid-wicket. So, one change.
I liked the ball last night. We thought you would take it from that mark.
So, this is high quality. It's been a high quality session. It's been a frustrating one from a Somerset perspective because I think they bowled pretty damn well, but they've got nothing to show for it yet.
It's going to be that. It's going to be patience, and I think you know, these two are as good as you get an opening partnership. In fairness, in the country, both of them, you could argue, would make good Test match opening batters. They have done. You know, it's not out of the realms of possibility. They're still good enough to be at that level. So it's going to be a challenge for the Somerset team, the Somerset bowlers. But you kind of also got to keep in the back of your mind, if you get one, the new guy's going to have a torrid time getting himself going. These guys have got themselves going against seam, so their eyes are, the adrenaline's up, their eyes have adapted to the conditions, the pitch. Then Leach comes on. The guys coming in facing Leach first up, I think that's going to be a seriously hard challenge, tough challenge. Yeah,
it's one thing to play those big shots. We've seen Sibley respond with one reverse sweep. It's one thing to do that when you've been in for 45 minutes, and another do it when you first come in. I agree.
As we saw last night.
Yeah.
Fascinating stuff. It's going to be no dead time, I think, in this game between two very, very fine teams.
Well, it'll be an interesting challenge for Archie Vaughan too. He could well be the next bowling change from this end. Particularly, you want him to bowl at Burns, but it's a huge undertaking for Archie Vaughan, who's a novice, who did it so well actually against Durham. But to come and bowl against this pair.
It does strike me as a relatively unfazed young man. He looks very sort of level. You know, I even looking back to his first team game when he got ran out backing up without facing the ball, which is obviously a horrendous way to go. Then he walked off. No doubt he was bitterly disappointed, but it didn't feel like seeing him in the number of games we have so far. There's no enormous highs and massive lows, which is I think is a real good quality.
Well, you can rationalise that if you're going to get naught, that's the best way to do it, because you're basically blameless. But yeah, it'll be a nice talking point in the years gone by about his first outing in the Somerset first team.
Another good over there from Randall, 5 overs for 12. Some beautiful deliveries in there, thanks to WPA Health Insurance, one of our partners here at Somerset County Cricket Club, sponsoring our live stream.
So we've seen one response from Sibley, which has been that reverse sweep. We've seen him beaten outside the off stump several times by, we call it the perfect delivery, but it's not the perfect delivery because it hasn't either nipped the off bail or nipped the outside edge.
Now, in this situation, I was always, all the discussions I've had with some very good players of spin, is when you have extreme conditions where the ball is spinning very sharply, the methodology is that unless you're going to play shots like that, if you're going to play it with a straight back, you play the line, protecting your stumps and pads, because that's really the absolute danger. And if you get one that spins exactly 2.5 inches, nips the outside edge, and you get caught keeper or slip, then that's tip your cap, very well done. You know, you've got me out, sort of thing. Would you align with that sort of sentiment in terms of defending against spin?
Yeah. Soft hands, I think it helps to, well, in the modern game especially too, you've got to get your left leg out of the way, you see. I mean, years ago, sadly, there was more scope to lunge and essentially play with the pad in the pretense that you were trying to hit the ball. And you, by and large,
so
you wouldn't get given a LBW.
DRS era, throw a dart in the board. How many wickets do you reckon you would have ended up with?
Oh, just another couple
hundred. It would be, wouldn't it? Like
I used to appeal all the time to the, particularly to the right-handed forward defensive,
hiding the bat in behind the pad and thrusting the pad down.
And I'd appeal, and 98 times out of 100 it was not given not out.
Too far down.
But if they swept, you had a great chance.
It's still the same in club cricket now. If you sweep and miss it, the 44 magnums are already out the holster. You're gone, aren't you? You don't even have to miss it sometimes in club cricket. I've seen straight into the gloves. I've even seen off the bat, off the face for a couple of runs, giving out LBW.
Well, there was a lovely umpire who wouldn't have been still going in your day, called Sam Cook, who bowled left arm spin for Gloucester for years back in the 50s and early 60s. And I mean, he loved an LBW as an umpire, but if they swept, and I remember playing against someone, I think Worcester or something, anyway, someone swept, and I started to appeal, and then I realised it was missing by about 3 or 4 inches down the leg side. So I checked it, but just as I checked it, I saw the finger come up, and I had to sort of regurgitate it, because you want to make the umpire look good. If you don't, he looks a bit stupid if you stop appealing, so I had to regurgitate this appeal. And up went a finger. I mean, Sam had been swept to smithereens when he was bowling his left-arm spinners, and anyone who swept. And there are other umpires like that. If you swept
out of principle
and you missed, poof, off you go.
Well, we've got double spin here now. At Taunton.
Well, how's Burns going to? I mean, he's been brought. He bowled well at the left-handers, especially against Durham. But here he goes again. How's he going to get on?
Archibald into the attack, spin straight away.
That's a great piece of fielding. That could easily have been 1 ball, 4 runs, and life's a bit trickier than I thought.
Sharp turn there, though. Sharp turn for sure.
Get it up there. That's better.
Oh, Archie Vaughan. Death by spin. The old seam bowlers are already waving up to the pavilion.
Change of boots.
Yeah, get the old crepes out the flats, please.
That's short, and it's all right. It's only going to be 1. What I think.
Short leg's going to be in the game to the right.
Yeah. I mean, obviously,
sharply in towards the pads.
Somerset. I mean, in the modern game especially, you want your off spinner bowling more often than not to the left-hander, and your left armer bowling to the right-hander.
Cold to move so fast.
And it's certainly going to be easier for Sibley to attack the off spinner, just as it's easier for Burns to attack the left-arm spinner. He'll bat. I reckon in the modern way, Sibley, he'll be batting on about off stump just outside. We'll see. No, not quite. He's mid and off, perhaps. But there is spin here. There's no question about that.
Vaughan's got quite a unique little start to his run up, a little
There's a
little hop and a skip.
Yeah.
Kicks those heels up. This is how we need to keep it. We need to keep Sibley against Leach, and we need to keep Burns against Archie Vaughan as much as possible. I'm sure the fielders are ready for that, trying to cut those ones out.
I mean, the oddity in the last game, you see, usually what happens is that the ball starts turning and the batsman will start to panic a bit. Not these two, perhaps, but later on. And then you get wickets, you get bonus wickets from the big shot, the drive that's not there and it goes up and caught mid-on. The oddity about the Durham game is that Leach got 12 wickets and all of them were either, 9 of them I think, were caught round the bat and 3 were bowled. In other words, he didn't actually prosper from any of the sort of the desperate hack because it's turning and I can't cope. They were all caught round. I mean, Overton was fantastic in that match.
He's one of the best around. I mean, you got to remember, I suppose, the added perceived pressure on Leach is the fact that, you know, when it is spinning.
Oh yeah.
It's like, well, you kind of got to take the wickets for us now. And the amount of times he rises to the occasion.
Yeah.
It's actually phenomenal because, like I said, it's the equivalent of an absolute green minefield for a seamer. You have to take 6 or 7.
Yeah.
Leach, he's
but the difference is very often there's only one spinner in the team. Or here there's sort of 1.5 to 2, whereas on a green seamer there's usually 4 seamers. So one bloke having an off day is not absolutely critical. But he handles that incredibly well, and it's now, and it was evident in that Durham game because he didn't start particularly well. He started against left-handers. He didn't bowl that well. He got driven. He got pulled. He was going at about 4.5 and over. But he's such a big man that he just bided his time, stayed patient, got the 1 wicket, got another, and then his confidence was restored. I mean, even Leach will be having his patience tested because he's beaten that outside edge a number of times without reward. No, this is a little twist. Another man coming in, a man coming. There's absolutely no one. Well, there's 2 men on the leg side now. One of whom is at mid-on and the other is at deep backward square leg. I mean, you'd be tempted, I suppose, if you're Sibley now to sort of try and paddle it. See what happens. He does exactly that straight away.
Exceptional
does it well.
Batting. Very good batting there from Sibley. Lewis is going to pull that in 18 inches shy of the boundary rope. And Sibley's going to pick up 3 runs.
You've got to be confident to do that, but it's a lovely piece of batting, isn't it? Okay, you make that change, I make my change.
It's a fascinating contest at the moment. You've got 2 exceptionally fine opening batters.
Now he's going to come.
Bowlers with attributes, spin, bounce.
He's going to come around the wicket instead of over the wicket to Burns, partly to maybe discourage that sweep. More chance of getting an LBW. And he's getting, I understand this in the sense that he's getting the ball to turn off the wicket, so he doesn't have to aim for the rough outside the off stump in the same way, because he's got turn off the cut strip as opposed to the rough.
It brings LBW more into play, doesn't it? Spinning
and
from
it might bring
straight.
first slip into play too. But whether this will stop Burns sweeping, we will see.
To start there.
It's this is fascinating cricket. I mean, it is. Even though no wickets have fallen, it's so much more interesting when there's something happening out in the middle, and it gives an opportunity, if you like, for the top bats. So I remember when we played Essex here on an absolute spinning diver, and Alistair Cook got, I don't know, 100 runs in the match, in a very low-scoring match. that ended up in a slightly farcical draw. But excellence was allowed to come to the floor, to the fore, and it was clearly obvious that Cook was a league ahead of the others in the way he played the turning ball. These two are demonstrating that there is a way too against the spinning ball. So far.
Hard to argue these two Surrey batters at the moment aren't the best
There
out
he
there.
goes.
Oh, Sibbs giving it away. A slog sweep. He hasn't got the elevation on it, and Abel's taken a catch at mid-wicket. Is that the start of a run of wickets for Somerset? John Sibley played beautifully for his 16, but he's got to go.
He middled that too, didn't he? Didn't get it high enough.
He got enough of it, but just not enough to get it over.
It was just a bit too full. I thought, as he hit that, I thought, well, that's full. And it came right out the middle of the bat. It was just a bit too close to him, so he didn't quite get the elevation. It's a good catch. I mean, it's straight at him, but that's travelling, because that's come off the meat of the bat, I reckon.
No, it looked like it was a bit under edgy for me.
Okay, well, yeah.
A little bit on the under edge, which is I think why he didn't get the elevation. But yeah, he certainly struck it fiercely enough. It was a smart catch at mid-wicket from Abel. Archie Vaughan has had a fantastic couple of days so far, and he's started.
Have another angle. That might be a good angle. Yeah. Well, it's travelled pretty quickly, and it's a good catch, but we're better to find Tom Abel. There's some good fielders in this side, and Tom Abel's one of them. So, after some frustrations, ball beating the bat, going past the outside edge, they are not necessarily the ones that actually get the wickets. That one's off more or less the middle of the bat, maybe the bottom part of it.
I think you're right. I think it was the fullness that's just...
Yeah, he couldn't quite get the elevation.
He's almost had to try and scoop it out instead of the flat sweep. So, yeah, good call, Vic. Yeah, brilliant start. I mean, Surrey have played beautifully, but what a fascinating hour we've had here at Taunton.
So now we've got Ryan Patel. You probably know more about him. He's another left-hander. So... no rest for Archie Vaughan now.
Very good player. I think I'm right in saying he's had to go out on loan a number of times. Yeah. Surrey have obviously kept him. They know how good he is. You know, obviously Surrey's such depth in their squad. He's, I think every time he's gone away, he's probably had all other 17 clubs that want to sign him. He's a seriously good player. But Archie Vaughan will be licking his lips and bowling at two left-handers, especially when there's turn on offer like that.
Yeah, well, just as the first 10 balls, 15 balls are critical for the batsman, they're critical for the bowler against a new batsman. Get it in the right... It's just a little bit short there, but make sure you're on top of him right from the word go. Don't get him an easy getaway. There is spin there, just let's get it a fraction straighter.
A little bit of cat and mouse there, just toy with that line. Don't want to get too tight to leg stump, certainly straight to that last. That's the line. Beautiful bowl in there from Archie Vaughan. And you've got to say, consistently, he's spinning the ball probably further than Leach at the moment. So, young man's certainly getting some revs on it. And I suppose, you're looking at him, he's tall, he's very lean. Looks like he's got long wrists and fingers, so getting plenty of revolutions on that ball. Well, brilliant start from Archie Vaughan.
So he's going to be a busy man now, because he will pose a more obvious threat than Leach in a way to the left-handers. Although it won't be easy for Ryan Patel, particularly when he gets down Leach's end. Because that ball is turning, he's got to make up his mind how he's going to play it. So Leach is going to stay around the wicket, Burns, with two men, well, almost on the boundary, and a pretty deep mid-on. That's fine. And three men round the bat, sort of in-outfield.
Yeah, the benefit of having 17 overs at the crease for Rory Burns. Ryan Patel's going to be straight into the lion's den.
I mean, what is Burns looking for? Well, if he over pitches, there's a huge gap at extra cover. You don't have to hit it very hard. If it's half volley length, he can get it there. Otherwise, I guess he's relying on his sweep, really.
I think that shot, that first one you described, I think that's exactly what Somerset want him to play.
The extra cover drive.
Yeah, just creates that angled bat, the gap between bat and pad.
Yeah, but he's got to be playing it. If it's a half volley, you can hit it there. You know, right under your nose.
I can't see, apart from a short ball into his hip that he can get into square leg for one, and the sweep, I can't really see.
Oh, that's turned too much.
I can't see how he's going to score.
Well, reverse sweep, perhaps.
Buys are going to end up with a few to their name.
Were you playing the
sharp
game?
That is.
Well, we signed a leg spinner from India, and Craig Keys.
Chola.
Yeah, was it him? And I remember watching dear Craig Keys standing back after a while.
He stood in no man's land, didn't he?
Right, yeah. When it was turning masses, and he was just drifting down the leg side a little bit to the left-handers, and whoosh.
Challenge for James Root behind the stumps as well.
Yeah, and I mean, this is in the second innings because it is starting to turn more. It turned more than it did yesterday. It'll be fascinating to watch folks in action on a turning pitch. But it's 45 for 1. I mean, it's a very conventional score of 18.
Nothing's happened. Yeah, Folks is well renowned for being the best keeper on the circuit.
Well, certainly I think he got dropped after the tour, but he kept really well in India, where you are up at the stumps a lot, and the ball it's not actually in India. It didn't turn as much as this in the Test series, but it turned a bit, and it was always doing something, and that's where I think he shines. That's a lot of the old purists say, well, that's where you can tell who the real wicketkeepers are, up to the stumps when it's turning a bit, or occasionally up at the stumps against the seamers. We had a couple of wicketkeepers years ago who were wonderful keepers to swing stroke seam bowlers. It's just a fraction short. Derek Taylor and even Trevor Gard as well, standing up to the stumps, the seamers, leg side stumpings, took the catches, kept the batsmen sort of in their crease and all that. And I, like a lot of people, I've kept wicket occasionally in emergencies, and you can kind of get away with it standing back. It's like, but standing up, I don't know how they did that.
I've done it a couple of times myself, and you just think, again, probably like short leg. No, thank you. And actually, in early on in my career, a lot of reports. When I used to play non-league football, so in the odd non-league paper, it was Weston-super-Mare or Margate goalkeeper, who's also Somerset's wicket-keeper.
Oh, right.
They just assumed I was because I was a goalkeeper.
Because goalkeeper, wicket-keeper, bound to be. Yeah.
Well, hi now.
This is lovely bowling from Archie Vaughan.
Well, it is spinning. It is spinning. That's the line.
Oh my God.
I think he's dropped it.
That's Nick.
I think he's dropped it.
That's a serious delivery there from Archie Vaughan. That's a big moment there. Have a look at the replay here. It's caught the outside edge. It's just not stuck in that bit of webbing.
So that's the line too. You've got to pitch on.
Oh my Lord. Oh, lordy. We've got a game here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. Surrey, 46 for 1. It is one hell of a battle out here.
Yeah, I haven't seen him drop many. And it's never easy standing up when the ball's spinning, but he hasn't dropped many. But that's
so sharp, isn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, that is exceptional bowling. Yeah, and I think the difference, like in the subcontinent, you get a high degree of spin, but it's normally a bit slower, isn't it? Because the surfaces powder up a little bit. This is sharp spin.
Yeah. And that's because it's slow. That's one reason why they were so keen on Shoaib Bashir, who has the capacity to bowl pretty quick off spin. And that extra pace, sometimes, if you can still get the ball to dip a little bit, is preferable on slow turning pitches because your batsman got so much time to adjust.
I mean, there are some, the McCullum era, there are some pretty maverick selections from time to time. I mean,
well,
Archie Vaughan? I haven't seen a young off spinner in bowl like that on a spinning wicket for a long since Don Best probably. Lad can bat.
Yeah, well, I mean,
watch this space.
I mean, that's quite close, isn't it?
It looked like it might have got a little inside edge.
Yeah, maybe.
I'm surprised that short leg's not a little bit closer and straighter. I'd like to see him sort of half a step straighter.
This is the man who would only stand there for 3 balls.
I'll emphasise, I would like to see him, not me. I'd like to see Bance half a step straighter and 1 strip closer.
Yeah, I understand that. Because at the moment, in particular, Ryan Patel is defending. So you're thinking that little edge onto the pad isn't going to go very far. But yes, you're right, they have made some maverick selections. And some of them will worked pretty well, isn't it? But Tom Hartley in India, I mean, he's just disappeared in views. For no fault of his own, really. He wasn't really helped, but he was in the T20 squad that went to the West Indies, didn't appear. I don't know if he played in the 100, he probably did somewhere. He hasn't bowled much for Lancashire.
The wickets up there at Old Trafford when they turned the wickets round didn't spin.
Yeah, well, they might spin, but he's just not been around. And yet, there he was in India, getting 20-odd wickets in 4 matches, or whatever it was.
Talking of England, the ladies are here in 2025 on the 7th of June versus the West Indies. Enter the ballot now on, assuming either the ECB or Somerset website. International Cricket Day here at Taunton is always a great day out. Archie Vaughan continuing his spell. He's had one piece of success so far, a drop catch in the last over. The man on strike now, Rory Burns. Can he create another opportunity?
Yeah. I mean, they've got the protection quite rightly at point. That's
going to be close, and he's gone. He's gone. It hasn't cost the team many runs at all, if any. He's gone for the sweep, and you just can't miss him, can you?
When it thudded into that front pad, I have to say that.
Back thigh pad?
Oh, was it back pad?
Back.
Oh, well, we'll have another look.
I think back in a thigh pad.
Oh, you might be right. Yeah, you're right. You're right. I beg your pardon. Good job you got those glasses on.
Yeah, I think you've got to give that out. Maybe a hint that it spun too much, potentially.
Well, we'll never know. Well, we'll have another look. What strikes me is that get to know your umpires, and it's pitched in line.
Yeah, I think it's caught the front pad on the way to the back thigh pad.
Well, we've been talking about umpires, and they've all got their individual characteristics, and it seems to be one of David Mills's is that he's an instinctive umpire. The time between the ball hitting it doesn't look like it's going over the top there.
Yeah, that's out.
But the time between the ball hitting the pad or the thigh and the finger going up is a millisecond.
The shots were fired.
Yes. Well, Vaughan has got 2.
Would it be hard to turn, being a bowler himself, would it be hard to turn off that visual, that emotion when you see something that looks so good? So almost in your head appeal for it yourself?
As an umpire, well, actually, I played in a school game once with a bloke called Derek Shackleton was umpire, who was one of the great Hampshire bowlers, but he was coaching the other team, And I got hit on the pad, and he appealed. No, he did. But not only that, he gave it out. And then, because he'd appealed before anyone else, they had to let me keep going.
Oh, I was hoping you would say that. That's
Right-hander now, Geddes. And Jack Leach will be particularly pleased to have a right-handed bowler. 48 for 2. Suddenly the tempo's changed. 2 new batsmen in. One of whom's right-handed. Vaughan, well, he's in his 4th over. He's got 2 for 4. But as a bowler, you think that's out. And I don't know about you, but without thinking about it, I think a lot of bowlers kind of had different types of appeal. And there's one appeal that you turn to the umpire and you know you are convinced it's out, and they can sense that.
Yeah.
And you know that's out. And of course, there's no logic in appealing without believing it's out. But there are some speculative appeals which hardly ever get given out, obviously.
There are some teams, though, it must be a spoken about tactic that appeal for everything. And there isn't an obvious difference between the ones that are out and the ones that aren't hitting another 3 sets.
Yeah. Well, I think that will rile the good umpire.
Yeah.
And you know, I bet you were good at this. But you also, in a long spell, and you knew the umpires, and you kind of wanted to keep them on side. So the ridiculous appeal, you knew would get up their nose. And you might say sometimes after you've appealed, yeah, you're right, it was just going down, wasn't it? So that when you got the one that you were really convinced about, you know, you're in agreement again. Anyway, I think it's time for Charlie. I'll go.
You go.
Okay, he's got
I always actually, if there was one that I really did think that was out and they didn't, I said, we'll have a look at the replay and we'll have a beer on it, shall we? that was always my out.
Well, I mean, there's no point getting angry with them.
Exactly. There's only one winner.
Yeah.
Thanks, Vic. Vic's going to disappear off and we'll work on his shining technique. Very much enjoyed that little bit of a stitch up to Vic. It's the kind of guy I am. There's plenty going on here. Great time for Charlie Taylor to come into the hot seat. It's all happening here, Charlie.
Well, Archie Vaughan making the difference early on, getting both openers out.
Yeah, I mean, he really has spun the ball sharply to the left-hander. Very good start to his spell. 2 for 4 off 4 overs, 48 for 2, and even with that little bit of turbo cricket in the second half of the last session yesterday, my gut feeling is that 317 is not to be sniffed at with what's happening on the pitch.
Well, while I was
coming out of the spinner's hands at the moment.
Well, I was ruminating on it last night, and it was a bit deflating for Somerset fans here, watching those 5 wickets fall for 12 runs. I remembered something you said during the day, and it brightened my heart, Pete, and that was a score beginning with a 3 you'd be happy with, and Somerset's score begins with a 3. So.
Yeah. I mean, it's the nature of cricket and sport, isn't it? You always want a little bit more than you've got. You always want a better score. It looked like, in fairness, they probably ought to have got 360. If they just maybe just dug in a little bit more. But like I said, it's game on, and actually maybe being all out, not 8 down and hanging on for dear life and trying to eke out a few this morning has actually been a great thing. It was great bowling conditions. Randall bowled beautifully, so he'll certainly have a bit of confidence going into his next spell if he gets one. And the spinners have done a magnificent job so far. The captain is obviously feeling like he can properly attack with a number of, it's surrounded, isn't it? You know, you see fields like this at last overs of test matches with Warne or Muralitharan bowling, so that is certainly how Lewis Gregory sees the opportunity at the moment. Lots happening here, fascinating viewing. Day 2 here at the Cooper Associates County Ground.
It's been excellent, and actually it shows that Vaughan, who did well in the previous game against Sorry about that. Slight break in audio there. Didn't miss much though. Sort of tinkering with fields, bringing on helmets and pads and things for Craig Overton, who's going to go in quite close. 49 for 2 is the score.
Looks like he's got a pair of
well-
Trent Rockets wicket-keeping pads by the looks of it. Those bright yellow ones.
Yeah, they're quite big, those pads. Yeah. So who's that come from? Lewis Gregory? It was Trent Rockets, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Who was Banton with this year? Was he Rockets? He was Rockets, wasn't he?
Yeah.
So yeah, that'll be him, I suspect. Let him.
When you go up in the dressing room at the moment, there are helmets from all the different 100 teams, and there's pink Rajasthan Royal stuff from Kola Cadmore. There's all sorts of stuff. It's well, they could do a hell of a car boot sale at the end of the season. I'm sure they'd raise
Well, if they did
quid.
that, I'd be there. Yeah, absolutely.
Maybe that's not a bad idea. That. Raise a few funds for a local charity.
They were doing it at the Western Storm game, weren't they? Selling off some old kit for charity. A lot of Danny Gibson's kit was given away. 50 for 2 is the score, so the 50 comes up. Took a little while for Somerset, didn't it? They had to keep pressing, keep pushing until they got the wicket of Sibley. But considering the form that Burns has been in, to get him so cheaply early on, a massive stroke of well, it's not good fortune, is it? They've worked hard to get him out. It's a good bit of bowling. Somerset on top at the moment. Of course, plenty of time for Surrey to rebuild. There's James Rue, hands on his knees, waiting for Leach to bowl the ball. Can't do anything with that one, Patel. Did you get up to much last night, Pete? Did you? Was it a quiet night in?
I went to Street FC.
Oh yes, that's
to
right.
watch Trigo Jr. play a half, trying to get his fitness back up. He's had a bit of a knee injury, so he's just getting a few minutes to get up and running. I pulled into the ground. The whistle had just gone. Dexter picked the ball up at the right-hand side of the position he was in, sort of probably on the edge of his own penalty box. He pinged a 70-yard ball across field to the striker, who took it down and finished it 55 seconds first goal. So it was very nice. Yeah, he did.
So his knee's all right then?
The knees all right. He played nicely enough. Looks like the 6-7 weeks of not running has cost him a little bit on the old waistband. Right. So he's got to get back in the gym and get himself fit and strong. And yeah, he's got to get bowling fit as well. He's on Gloucester's academy, so yeah, plenty of up and down the motorway for Mr. and Mrs. T this winter. 50 up for Surrey, and I don't think it's going to get any less fascinating as a cricketer. Whether you're a Somerset or a Surrey fan, it's really enthralling stuff. High quality batters versus top quality spin bowlers, and lots of assistance from the pitch. Much better than watching a flat wicket, isn't it, Charles?
For me, absolutely. I'd much rather see some good spin bowling with a pitch that's helping a little bit. I think it's one of the joys of this form of cricket is spin bowling. The art of it isn't quite lost in white ball cricket. It's still a really important skill, and the way they do it's brilliant, but it's not quite the same as red ball spinning deliveries.
Well, it certainly dominates in white ball cricket in terms of, you know, being hardest to score. You know,
yeah.
all the real top sort of T20 performers, you know, your Rashid Khans, etc. They're all spinners. You never thought when 20 over cricket came in, you're like, oh, you can't surely play spinners. They're going to get belted everywhere. But how wrong was everyone? But yeah, this is fascinating stuff. Batters trying to find a way to survive, but in the modern game, you know, the lads are going to want to score as well. Can't see how, without sweeping, there's going to be many runs on offer unless the bowler bowls a real big sort of drag down delivery. Yeah. So it's going to be a real challenge here for Surrey.
Without taking a few risks. I mean, they can come charging out of the crease if they like, try and bash it over the bowler's head, but at 50 for 2, You're asking for trouble.
Well, the right-hander, I think, can do that to the off-spinner.
Yeah.
Maybe the left-hander can do it to Leach. With the ball turning away so sharply, I would be over the moon, slightly erring on the Somerset side of things. If a batter decided to run at the ball turning away, I think that would be a catastrophic error.
Yeah, neither of these two able to get going. Already had 25 overs today. There's a bit of rain around later on, so the more they can squeeze in, the better it will be as far as a result is concerned, which is what Somerset desperately need to beat Surrey. It's not really a position you want to be in, having to beat Surrey, but it's what they need if they're going to win the title. Big sweep, and he's missed it. It's gone into his pads. Already there, a bit of acceleration attempted. Be interesting to see where Shakib bats for Surrey. One of the best all-rounders in world cricket.
Yeah, certainly conditions that you would have seen before as well. Being left-handed, being advantage. It wouldn't surprise me if they jigged it to the point where they're going to have a left and right-hand combination potentially. Just to keep the bowlers changing their lines. Oh, big slog sweep. Possibly an under edge.
Yeah, I think so.
I think it was, yeah, an under edge nutmeg through the legs of James Root. No fault of his. 4 runs. Yeah, it feels like it's going to be a bit of block hack going on. You know, just to keep some level of scoring going. Big shots in between. A lot of batten down the hatches. Tin hats on. Whatever you want to call it.
Can't have been too far away from Patel's off stump, that. 4 runs, though, added to the total. Leach is so dangerous, isn't it? It's great to see. This season, he's had a few where he's just been so on top. His accuracy, the turn he gets. Brilliant cricketer. Always love watching him. Lucky to have had him for so long this season. And he's no longer playing for England, certainly in home matches anyway. It's like back to the days when he was trying to get that call up in the first place, taking all those wickets, playing all those games.
Well, I think those wickets, I think, thrust him into that position where, whether he liked it or not, he was, you know, I don't know if you heard me and Vic talking about it, but he was in a position where we kind of, well, the pitch was kind of curated to favour him and him alone. That brings with it a lot of pressure, and he always stood up to it.
Always delivered.
Remarkable.
Every time, yeah.
Remarkable. It was almost like, well, Leachy, for this game to be a success, you kind of have to probably take 8, and he'd normally take 12.
Yep.
So it was brilliant. Yeah, he was exceptional. It has been success. He has been exceptional, and like I said, we're in this situation now. At least he has a Robin to his Batman at the other end at the moment, which is Archie Vaughan at the moment, round the wicket to the right-hander. He's already picked up the 2 wickets. Can we ever run out as well? No.
Oh. We've got to think carefully about the singles, haven't we? With the left-hand, right-hand partnership and the off-spin and then less slow left-arm matchups as well. That will be playing in their minds, I'm sure. This game feels like it's on a bit of a knife edge here. Surrey need to draw somewhere near Somerset's 317, you'd have thought. Because it's not going to get easier to bat on, I wouldn't have, the way it's going. It's only going to get harder, I think. I think it also puts into perspective how well Tom Banton batted yesterday. And a few of the others, but obviously Banton in particular. Reverse, and didn't get it. It's got it on the pads. Big shout. Ooh. Taken by Gregory, I think it is there. Or is it Overton?
Missing off stump, not spinning enough.
Gregory who took the catch in the end off the pads.
High risk strategy with of the ball turning in, I would say.
Yeah, if you're going to do that, you've got to hit it, which is what Banton did yesterday. Every time he reversed it, he nailed it. Whether it went for 4 or not, if he picked out a fielder, but every time he did it, came out the middle of the bat.
Yeah, he was unreal. He was unreal.
Yeah.
Vance, in fairness, that was. I mean, even looking on paper now, obviously we saw in real time how good a knock it was, and like I said, a coming of age. He had a couple of chances. I think Ryan Patel dropped him at mid-wicket, an outstretched diving Dom Sibley, a half chance you'd say,
Yep.
but didn't he make the most of it? And I'll tell you what, if anyone gets anywhere near that sort of score today, they're going to have to play out of their skin. Or they're overdone for Archibald. A very, very close appeal. Gut feeling is looking at it, it might have not spun enough and maybe it just slipped past the off stump. But it was certainly close, and the glove was involved. Lewis Gregory took the catch as well off the ricochet, so I assume that wasn't in play. So yeah, crikey, it was a close one. Lots going on here at the Cooper Associates on day 2. Surrey 55 for 2 in reply to Somerset's what now looks like an exceptional score of 317.
Yeah, it will always be a what if, won't it, in this match? Depending on what happens, they might look back on those few wickets and just think, what if we'd got another 50 runs there, taking it up to 360, 370. But they've got to work with what they've got. It does look now like it'll be a good score. Surrey have got a lot of work to do. Got a lot of good players, but they've got their work cut out. In comes Leach. Just taking a step back, Geddes. Keeping that one out. Tom April's saying 4 down at lunch there. So that's the plan. Got half an hour to take a couple of wickets. Not quite as big a crowd as yesterday, I'd say, but the forecast isn't as good. A lot of people in jackets and coats done up. Big shot through cover. They'll pick up 4.
That's a brilliant shot, that. Very good shot from Geddes. Keeping his pad out of the way, using his hands, opening that face and slapping it past Tom Abel there at short extra cover.
Oh, great ball. What a delivery. Oh.
I mean, it's going to be really hard for us not to fill the airwaves with oohs and ahs today, isn't it, from this view?
Just a stunning ball, that. It's world class. Another one that'll go for 4.
Great batting, great batting. Just forgetting that Jaffa that he faced the previous delivery and playing the next ball as it comes, and he's played it beautifully well. Another 4. Leach will be disappointed. Those couple of deliveries slightly over pitched and then slightly too short.
Yeah, more like the one in the middle, please, Jack. Get us into double figures. A bit of a mixed over that one from Leach, but still enough danger in there to make the batters think twice before big shots. Just got to be aware, haven't you, that any of them could turn. Leach is
Yeah, I don't think Leach will be disappointed with Geddes showing some positivity. Ryan Patel's played some pretty expansive sweep shots as well, I think. Yeah, I don't think Somerset will be disappointed with that. Next to our insurance partner, Hygos. Business owner, car owner, or any owner of anything these days, get it insured, phone up Hygos for a quote. Brilliant. Top people, Southwest based insurance company. Vaughan from the Truscothic stand there to Patel. Almost feels like there's a little bit of a playing by numbers that it's going to be block, and they're sort of, right, I need to do something here. And I don't think that I need to do something. It's going to be the classical cover drive. I think it's going to be the big sweep. There's the whole of the leg side pretty much open. There's one fielder out there, and that's Leach down at sort of deep 45 for the top edge sweep. I think any sort of successful sweep would almost be a certain 4 runs. So Lewis Gregory dangling that carrot.
Remember how young Vaughan is, how little cricket he's played at professional level, and how consistent he's being. Oh, good ball. What Somerset have done in this game and the game against Durham as well, and earlier on in the season, is they've made Taunton very difficult to come to and get a win. Here they're using the bowlers, and they've made a pitch to suit them. But that's what they sort of talk about Fortress Chelmsford, don't they, the Essex fans? Well, that's what you want. You want to make your home games as hard to win for the opposition as possible.
Yeah, for Chelmsford, in terms of the way they've played their pitch as well, but also it's not an amazing place to be as an away player. The changing rooms are small. I'm pretty sure they crank up the heating as well, and it's just, you know what I mean, you almost want to get out of there as soon as you turn up, really. Yeah, they do it well. They do it well. But yeah, that is something that isn't the case here at Taunton in terms of the facilities off the field. But I think they back themselves. They've got a you know, I think they've got a good broad spread of ages within the group as well. You've got very much a leader in the batting lineup in Tom Abel. You've got very much a leader of the bowling attack, which is Leach and Overton. You've got a good leader in Lewis Gregory, and the youngsters that come in. It's not very long before you see, you know, match-winning performances and success from them. So a lot of boxes being ticked here, but obviously we're playing against Surrey, who are, you know, 2-time championship winners, chasing the third, favourites to be 3 in a row, which is, you know, for all the, you know, I suppose the partisan sentiments, you know, you've got to tip the cap for what Surrey have achieved over the last few years in all formats of the game, especially the county championship.
Yeah, and look at Somerset, who have been so strong in a lot of years, still yet to win that first trophy. It's in Surrey. Good sweep shot. There's a fielder out there. Great bit of fielding. But Surrey are making it a business almost. You know, as you say, favourites this season, previous 2 as well. Vaughan, I mentioned how consistent he is. He's 2 for 6 off 8 overs. It's brilliant stuff from such a young man.
Yeah, I think it's going to be hard to see those figures dramatically changing. I mean, I suppose the one surprise, watching how Leach is bowled, he hasn't got a wicket himself. A bit of frustration there, a little bit too short. He's tried to dart it in. Geddes has played an excellent back foot swat through mid-wicket for 4. There's very much an infield at the moment for Leach. Lots of men round the bat, and that does create scoring opportunities if you stray. Even with the ball doing plenty here, if you bowl a bad ball against quality players, you're going to go for runs. Oh, lovely hands, beautiful batting. I enjoy shots like that, Charles.
Yeah, it's a lovely shot.
That shows real cultured hands.
Yeah. Yeah, I think you've got to play a bit like that against Leach, haven't you, really? I think if you're going to pick up runs consistently against him. Patel on strike now to Leach. Oof, what's that done? We're slightly blocked off from where we're sitting with that. There's so many men around the bat. Leach bowling towards us.
I think there's a feeling that it might have been an outside edge, inconclusive from what I saw from here. Leach, you'll be looking up at that board. He'd be wanting to join Vaughan in the wickets column. I'm going to take a little break for now and leave you with the great man himself, Vic Marks.
Thank you, Pete. Great stint. Looking at those 2 wickets, 71 for 2. So, although those 2 wickets have fallen, Surrey are picking up runs. Building a little bit of a platform, attempting to reach somewhere near 317 or overtake it. But the runs are not easy to come by, Vic.
Nope. But I think Leach in particular will be getting a bit frustrated. He hasn't bowled quite so well in the last couple of overs. He's given Geddes in particular, that's a great piece of fielding. A few run scoring opportunities. He's played well, Geddes, against Leach, the right-hander. You'd think he'd be more vulnerable, but he's judged everything perfectly and played some good attacking shots and been given 1 or 2 more opportunities to play them. So,
good ball.
Leach will be just a bit edgy, even though he's been in this situation many times before and he's learned to be really patient, but he does want 1 in that column just to relax him a bit.
He is getting a lot of turn here, Vaughan. Finding a nice patch.
Yeah.
It's landed in.
Well, he's, at the moment he's out bowling Leach.
It's quite breezy out there as well, isn't it?
Oh, yeah.
Quite windy.
He's got that. Gives you confidence to relax. You get a couple wickets and you don't go hunting, you don't go striving for it. You're just confident that you get it in the right spot time and time again. Something will happen. And that's more or less the right spot.
Yeah.
It's amazing how composed he's been since he's come into the team. It's a bit like Dom Bess in that he's come in on pitches that help him.
Shorter, hammered down the ground for 4.
Yeah, that is dragged down. But that's how Dom Bess started. We came in with Leach at the other end on pitches that were spinning, and it's not always a given that you get wickets. So you have to, you have to show some, not variety, but good composure and to be confident in yourself. And patient sometimes. But he did that amazingly well, and Vaughan doing likewise too. Apart from that long up there. The one who's not under pressure, but just a bit frustrated at the moment is Leach. He's beaten the bat a few times, but he's also conceded quite a few boundaries. And they're going to try and bottle him up a bit more. Batsmen on these sort of surfaces, you want them wondering, how am I going to get away? Am I going to be trapped? And Geddes has got away a few times, a bit too easily. All a bit short to him. Extra man in the cover area now for Geddes. And there he goes. That's not a bad ball particularly, but a 7-2 field, he's decided, right, if it's in that slot just outside off stump there, he's put his foot down and thumped it to the vacant leg side boundary. It's good calculated risk, that. Gregory and Leach pondering, well, do I respond to that shot? Do I leave the field the same? Well, just for the moment, no change. See if you can do it again.
It's a good counterpunch from these two. 31 runs in this partnership already. Good ball. Shining the ball. Couple of slips in. in the air, but short of Tom Abel, who does well to get a hand to it, actually.
Yeah, quite a pitch of that. He went through with it and he hit it pretty well.
He did come through for the single, though, so it brings Patel on strike.
And on head again for Leach, but no reward.
How often do we see? Well, we saw it in the Durham game, actually, didn't we? Where Leach wasn't quite at his best, and then came back, took 12 in the match, wasn't it?
Yeah,
Something
yeah.
like that.
Yeah, yeah.
So
He's been around long enough to know that I've just got to stay patient, get that ball in the right spot. But even there's the inside edge. It's not catchable, but it's drifted off another single. They're scoring quite freely against him, relatively. Ball's going a running over. He's picked up a couple wickets. Each 13 now for 35, and he's been quite expensive in the last couple. I mean, it's not quite yet, but I wonder whether Gregory's thinking, well, shall I give one of my seamers just a little go, just to break up the pattern, or shall I just before lunch toss the ball to Goldsworthy? I mean, you wouldn't expect Goldsworthy to bowl many overs, but he did actually pick up a wicket, didn't he, against Durham? The batsman relaxed a bit. We've seen Leach off. Goldsworthy with his left arm spin. That's
short, but he's hit it straight into the fielder at Silly Point. So
is that bantered? He is. I mean, he's got a long day ahead of him. He just got 100 yesterday, and now he's got a day with the helmet on and the shin pads.
Yeah, it's pretty unforgiving, that, isn't it? You score your 100 and then you're in a fielding position where you can't really take your eye off the ball, and you know you're in the firing zone as well.
Come around the wicket to the right hander, is he? Yep. Fraction short. Where's he going to go? Silly Point. He's got the thigh or shin pads on as well.
A lot of company up there for Ben Geddes. Overton was appealing, but not many others.
Well, who came off the outside edge? And so they've done well, this pair. And even when it's turning, if you get through about 25 minutes, you get used to how it spins, how much. Ball's got it to spin quite a lot, but you can start to adjust, get the feel of it, pick up the length quicker. That's the key thing. You see, that's just a fraction short, and he's not getting a single there, but he almost was punching it between the two cover fielders. Picking up the length is the key, really.
And again, straight into Banton. And it will come through this time for the single.
Yeah.
Banton was jumping as well. It hit him in mid-air.
Well, shin pads are rather bigger than when I played. I mean, you know, on occasions I'd have men round the bat like this and just had those little shin pads that never reached as far as the knee.
Well, Overton, we were saying earlier on, Craig Overton's shin pads are bright yellow, so we assume they must be Tom Banton's wicket-keeping ones from the Trent Rockets.
Oh, I see.
Because they are bright, certainly not championship standard ones. Well, he's had to pull his trousers over, but his trousers are quite tight over them because they're big pads.
I mean, if he has to bowl, it'd take a while to get him ready. He might have to go off the field.
Got a feeling we won't see too much more before lunch of Overton. You never know.
No, we never know. There's a case. There's
Yeah,
just a case for this partnership has gone on. Its ball is turning, but the spinners are going to do the bulk of the work. But just occasionally, you might want to give them a break and maybe a batsman error against a different type of bowling. And again, that's sweetly timed. Just judging the length a little bit short, and he clips it away.
come through for the single on that one.
Got a lot of shin pads at first and second slip. Now, is he going to go for the big vacant leg side boundary again? Not that ball. But he'd be on his mind, I would have thought. Played one sweep, dragging the ball from that side, just outside off stump, to the wide open acres on the leg side. Some risk attached, but some reward there as well.
Oh, big shout. I think it might have been hitting outside the line. But he's trying to play that shot you're talking about, Vic.
Yeah, we'll have a look in a minute.
Not sure we've got replays at the moment.
Have we not?
No, I don't think
Oh,
so.
beg your pardon.
Slight technical issue at the moment.
Okay.
With replays, apologies.
It's a sort of long-standing press match. I can't imagine being in a press box in an international match and not having recourse to replays, because you miss a bit now and again when you're having a very important conversation with someone about something. Ooh.
Oh, he's tried something different there, hasn't he? Darted it in.
Well, just outside off stump. So, no wicket. I mean, a false shot, a sweep. That has been left open, that area there, all temptation. You know, there's acres of space out there. He's done it once. Probably he needs to try and do it when the ball's pitching just outside off stump rather than pitching on the stumps, because then he becomes a real LBW candidate if he misses it. But he's judged it pretty well so far, but one false attempt at a sweep shot there. But he's played well so far, Guinness. It's not easy out there. And Ryan Patel too, in a more discreet manner, has played pretty well too.
Yep. If, considering, what was it, 48 for 2, I think,
Yeah,
came in,
yeah.
did you say? Yeah. So, in a bit of trouble, not in huge trouble.
No, but things
And
can
yeah.
happen quickly on surfaces like this.
Absolutely. Keeps missing his length a little bit, kept dropping short, doesn't he?
Just a fraction. But what happens too is the batsman he's relatively slow through the air, so the batsman can get used to the pace and then can stay back a little bit further or a bit longer. Or indeed to balls that are slightly fuller. You watch the likes of Joe Root play spin. I mean, he don't come forward very often, but he watches the ball like a hawk, and he can frustrate the bowler by playing him off the back foot. And then the over pitch, and you're in boundary territory. Good movement there from Jack Leach on the boundary to keep it down to 1. Because the spin bowler, generally you want the batsman just, not quite sure, but coming forward. That's when you think you're more likely to get him. Leach is going off into the middle distance. I don't know why. I think it's partly because I think Leach still, even though he's had some treatment from Gillers, he still wants to bowl at the right-hander. Captain Gregory's just going to have a chat to his left-arm spinner. Quick pat on the back. He's going to keep going, I think. He doesn't like coming off. He'd like a wicket to take into lunch with him after 14 overs. He's beaten the bat a lot initially. Beat the bat of Sibley really quite often with the classic left-arm spinner's delivery. And he's just lost a bit of rhythm and it's getting a bit frustrated, I think, that he's got a pitch where it is turning, but he's got nothing to show for it after 14 overs. But it was similar against Durham, so if he gets one, he just relaxes a bit. Life becomes simpler for him.
Well, it's like a batter getting off the mark, isn't it? It does help. Even a quick single helps.
Yeah.
A lot of marks right on the meat of Ryan Patel's bat. That's something you want to show the bowlers, isn't it? Look, this is where I hit the ball. Right out of the
I think he's
meat.
painted them on.
Yeah.
I mean, there comes a point in these on a pitch like this where initially just defending feels fraught, but once you settle, and Ryan Patel has settled, you get to a stage where you feel you can defend the ball with confidence, which is what he's doing now. Now this time, Gregory's just adjusting it, and he's going to put a man on the boundary for Geddes on the leg side. So there's a huge sort of open spaces on the leg side. There's mid-on, fairly straight, and now a man back about square of the wicket. So does he keep sweeping now? I'm not so sure. Well, he hasn't swept that often, but the 4 is less obviously available. What's this next adjustment? Where's Gregory going? He's going to a sort of shortish fine leg. It means suggests he's going to go a little bit straighter.
Quick look to the skies there, as if that almost worked. Whatever that plan was, it almost did the job.
Well, I think it just suggests a slightly different line to
Yeah.
get it on middle and leg, which he's done so there, but he's played him nice and gently for a single.
Probably one more over before the lunch break, I should think.
12:28 according to the so that's the one they go by, I think. So it's been an intriguing morning session, and actually Surrey have done pretty well given the loss of those 2 wickets in fairly quick succession and the ball starting to turn. I think they'll be very pleased with the way certainly Geddes and Patel have dealt with the situation. And Somerset, well, they'll be pleased by how much has happened in terms of movement for the spinners, but a bit frustrated that they've only got 2 wickets to show for their labours. They bowled quite a few overs. 30s, this is the 37th.
It's probably worth asking, but unlikely to be given.
Well, the only way you could argue that could be out is if, and was he playing a shot
Yes.
there? That was an old-fashioned piece of batting, actually. Stick that left pad down.
Oh, that's a good ball. That's a better shout.
He's still probably playing a shot.
Yeah, is he tucking his bat behind his pad? It's a big question. Probably not.
Well, it's sort of creating a little bit of concern for the batsman. Holton's got very close there at sleep point now.
He could shake hands with Geddes, couldn't he, if he wanted to? Well, especially with his long arms.
Yeah.
Probably shake hands with the long leg.
It's dragged down. He's not missed out. Randall's after it, and he'll save the 4.
Now, be honest there, Vic. Did you identify Brett Randall when his hat came off and you could see his bouncy hair?
Yeah, well,
because that's how I did it.
yeah, me too.
He has got bouncy hair. Triggs mentioned it earlier on.
He's
really
very
does.
quick to spot that. I don't know why.
Wow. Bit of jealousy, maybe.
Maybe, yeah. Green-eyed monster.
91 for 2. They're into the 90s. Probably one. Yeah, will be one more ball before the lunch break.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, you'd say I think Surrey will be pleased with 91 runs on the board. Just the 2 could have been worse.
Well, given the way that the play's gone, the fact that it's obviously not easy out there, and it started to turn, but once a couple batsmen get in, it seems less treacherous. So that's it. Off they go. Intriguing. 21 for 2. Surrey battling. And I think it's been a good session for them, actually, especially given that they lost their 2 experienced openers. Quick succession. This pair, Patel and Geddes, have had to adjust to ball turning. No question about that. They'll turn more slowly, I think, as the ball gets older, but they have made that adjustment, and they've guided Surrey from 48 for 2 to 91 for 2, and frustrated in particular Leach, who's now bowled 15 overs without a wicket. Vaughan's had another lovely morning, 12 overs, 2 for 17. It's the new not-so-secret weapon on this surface. So much to look forward to. Let's hope those clouds don't drop anything. Ground staff coming out there. Not going to have any lunch for a while, but we are.
Well, we'll see you in 40 minutes.
Welcome back to the county ground, where the clouds are amassing a bit to our left. We're a bit worried about that. But for the moment, all the players are out there. Umpires are just taking a sweater from Jack Leach, who's going to keep going. A bit frustrated this morning, 15 overs without a wicket. Ball started to turn, but he's going to start straight after lunch. And two not-out batsmen who did really well in that last hour. Surrey 48 for 2, their big experienced openers out, but they weathered that storm. Took the score to 91 for 2. It's an intriguing game. We're a bit fretful about the prospect of interruptions this afternoon, but for the moment we're off. Charlie's here, been to the shop.
I have.
Made many purchases there?
Well, what I've done is I've eyed up the cold weather gear for finals day. That's what I'm thinking. Drive to start us off. Yeah, it's the forecast is a bit chilly on Saturday. Looks dry at the moment, but it's a bit chilly.
Well, dryness is all you need, really. And then you've got to find some vantage point.
Out of the wind, ideally.
Yeah.
Well,
oh, he's beaten Archie Vaughan there. He's going to have to backpedal. He gets there in the end. And they've only got 2, so that's not too bad.
No. As you say, the clouds, we're expecting a little bit of rain around. Somerset will be very keen to pick up a couple more if they can before they get taken off. And it looks like it could well be terminal when it comes for today. We'll have to wait and see, but I'm sure Somerset will know the forecast. Weather I've looked at it.
And I think it's also a bit more optimistic for the last 2 days.
Yes, it looks quite, well, I won't say good.
But
Don't want to
drier.
jinx it. But drier. Yeah, drier. Let's have a look at the rain radar. Usually pretty reliable. Well, these two played very well leading up to lunch. Somerset will be very keen that we shouldn't.
Oh, that's there you go. This one. Well, that one did turn nice and quickly off a good length, but here we go. Replays are with us, and he's missed that by a long way. And, I mean, in a sense, I suppose he did well not to follow it, but that's turned quite sharply,
Almost did too much.
and that's just a little bit short. And he's got time to lean back and just get the single. But it's another ball middled. There's going to be no change in the mode of attack. Archie Vaughan's, he's earning his crust now, opening the batting. He's bowled 12 overs already in this. I mean, if it wasn't for the prospect of rain, this pair would get through a lot of overs today. Over 8, Somerset +7.
At this stage of the day.
Yeah. So Archie Vaughan going to continue from his end, which is the Marcus Scothic end.
Well, I'm keeping my eye on the ground staff, and they are loitering.
They're not near the tarpaulins yet.
No,
so
no.
That's encouraging.
They are, but they're all there.
Yeah, well, they probably... Well, they've done their duties at lunchtime. They have duties at lunchtime. Oh, they just... And that's over-pitched in this fall. So that's a very ropey start. Himself, but he's done well again.
It's a 50 partnership.
Yeah. It's chilly out there. There's a few hands in pockets, and I think it's not through being disinterested. It's just pragmatic, keeping hands warm.
Self-preservation at the
Yeah,
moment.
and it's been led by the captain mid-on, so that's all right.
Doesn't feel like it's quite cold enough for hand warmers. I guess maybe the spinners might want to keep their fingers flexed, but
I think if you're bowling,
yeah,
it doesn't matter. You've got enough to do to keep you warm. But if you're in a fairly static fielding position,
yeah.
it's not that pleasant. Goes in phases, doesn't it? Just before lunch, and now briefly on the restart. It all looks fairly straightforward. It is still spinning a bit. We've seen one ball from Leach actually turn quickly, but the batsmen are settled. They feel they can. They know it's going to turn, but they can sort of trust the pitch in terms of the bounce. And then if you can trust the length, then you're on the way to, well, survival and a bit more, picking off the runs. That's but then you get one like that, and they've managed to sort of keep that bat from following the ball when it's turned quite sharply, and that one did turn quite sharply. A lovely length, and that's the vote. You watch him now, and he comes forward, the ball turns, but he doesn't follow it with his bat, and he's done that a few times. That makes you think he might be doing it on purpose. And it's quite an art to do that. You instinctively want to follow it. So I think we can give Patel the benefit of the doubt there. A very skillful sort of play and miss. So oh, he's done pretty well there. It's Banton, I think.
Yes. Yeah. Is the 100 up as well? Leach does seem to be bowling it quite to the right-hander, quite far on leg or middle and leg.
Yeah,
And
well,
he hasn't got a lot of protection back here.
no. I mean, the reason for that is that the ball is turning quite a long way, and if he's beaten the right-hander when pitching roundabout off stump just outside, but he hasn't found the edge. So he's looking to hit the top of off almost, and to do that, it means drifting round about the middle and leg, and that's sort of okay. Went through the legs of Banton, probably right off the meat of the bat. He's seldom been out of firing line, Banton. He's now going to short fine leg, which a little bit of respite. Keeps fielding in his helmet. That's what he bats in his helmet. He's used to it. Keeps in his helmet when he keeps.
That's true.
Yeah, it's just a bit of sunshine there.
Yeah, this is, well, I was going to say it's against the forecast. Not quite against the forecast yet, but give it half an hour. I suspect we might be heading off. But we'll see. Sometimes Taunton does avoid rain when it's all around. It's a funny ground here in the Vale, around the high ground and to the north and the south.
So, a good positive start. And a bit more frustration for Leach, who's looks like his fingers are a bit, he's blowing them.
Now we have that down as a 7-ball over.
Well, they're not unheard of.
No, the scorecard here said 6 balls, and then there was another one bowled. I don't know whether there was a call I missed. But
No, I think.
there
I mean,
was
it's possible for umpires just to miscount, and when that happens, it just
what can you do, really?
just goes up. I mean, that's it.
Get an
You
extra
can
ball,
be.
that's it.
Yeah, I mean, if you're a batsman and you recognise that you've been dismissed by the 7th ball and over, you can get a bit grumpy. But I don't think there's anything you can do about it.
No, it's part of the game, really, isn't it? You're relying on the umpires.
An interesting challenge, wouldn't it, in a test match?
Oh no, I think that's the 7th ball. Oh,
but
yeah.
I think you'll find you've got to go.
yeah. Yes, that would. Can't ever have happened. It must be so rare that the 7-ball overs happen, and then for the wicket to fall on that ball.
I think it has happened.
Really?
I don't know. I've got this memory, but it may be incorrect. Of Nasser Hussain being dismissed in a test match from the 7th ball of an over, and being a little bit grumpy when he discovered that this was indeed the case. But
well, which is why it's always in the batsman's favour to keep count as well, then, to make sure that he's not getting bowled the 7th. Although you'd see the 7th ball and you think, well, there we go, it's four runs.
I mean, if you were playing a one-day game, you think this is in.
Take the runs.
Once again, it's not the worst ball, but it's sort of easy single. Just not that short, but you get used to the pace. He waits for it, taps it away for a single, and that big gap there.
He's back to that one.
Yeah, and that's just about a length. That's more or less where Archie Vaughan is aiming, but the ball gets a bit softer, comes off the pitch a little slower, and he's confident that he can stay on that back foot and deal with it. So rattling through the overs, Somerset, but no progress yet. At some point, I mean, forget about the prospect of interruption. At some point you think, just to change the tempo, just to try and catch the batsman off guard, it might be worth a couple overs of, whether it be Overton or it could be Casey Aldridge, it could be Gregory himself. Just to change it for a couple overs, and who knows, a little bit of batsman error, change of style, because at the moment it's looking a little bit flat. The occasional one still going past the outside edge, but essentially this pair are comfortable now, and they're ticking the scoreboard over. They're picking up the singles fairly easily. And that's sort of a nice instance. I mean, it's just a bit short that, but he's now so settled that just a slight error in length. He's on the back foot and he's just punching it happily for another single. They're not feeling obliged to play the big shot either. That's what you want them to be doing. To take the risk, because there's no other way. There is another way at the moment. They're just popping it into the gaps, hitting the odd bad ball for 4, but defending fairly comfortably. Oh, and then then something happens and it just avoids the fielders, but that's gone quickly inside edge, past the right hand side of Overton at leg slip. Not a chance, but went quickly. Bing.
Oof, yeah. Too far, even for Overton, that one.
Yeah.
See, a little bit of aggression there. Played well, Geddes, for his 40.
He certainly has, yeah. Very assured. Sort of aggressive without being reckless. And then quite deft at picking up the little gaps, getting off strike, and getting away from Leach's end quite easily. Played Leach well. It's frustrated Leach because he craves right-handers, really.
Did see that one just come off the inside edge, but otherwise fairly comfortable for Ben Geddes.
Yeah. That one off the inside edge there from Patel went quite quickly. You wanted to turn and bounce to make it carry, but that one actually had too much impetus to allow the fielders on the leg side a chance of catching the ball. It's fair to say that Warner's looked more dangerous against Patel rather than Geddes, who's judging things quite well. And there you pick up, I think that's for all his time that beautifully. It's just a little bit of width and a little bit short, and he's latched onto it. I really think can have a bit more protection there now. Allenby's popping out to. I don't mind that at all, because he'll be more dangerous, Vaughan, if he's bowling a little wide of that off stump, because he's turning it quite a long way. That's almost too straight. But you need protection to have the confidence to try and do that. The more men he's got on that offside, the wider he'll be prepared to bowl. And that brings in both edges, but I think I'd be getting restless now if I'm Gregory. He doesn't look at all perturbed there at the end, but I'm thinking this is all getting a bit too straightforward now.
The lead's about to drop below 200, isn't it? So with 8 wickets in hand as well.
Yeah, and some power to add.
Yeah.
The next two batsmen have vast experience and not threatened by the prospect of the ball turning, which is Ben Folkes and then Shaki. So they're used to these sorts of conditions, so they're not going to be cowed by the fact that the ball's spinning. hit that cover fielder. So, but it's not a bad line. That's
No.
that's not. That's the ball turning. You can get that sort of shot wrong if you haven't quite got the pitch.
Bit more turn, yeah, or don't get to the pitch, or if you get one which turns a bit more.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Still, each coming on for his 19th.
Well, Shakib yesterday is a good example of someone who for a long didn't pick up a wicket for a long time,
yeah.
and then finished with 4.
Yeah, I mean he was donated a couple.
Yes. Yeah.
That has to be said, I think that was a. I didn't want to give him any. Even he would once you get 4 for 90 on the first innings, you think you've done quite a good job from 30 odd overs. But until that point, he'd had a pretty ordinary day. What is frustrating for Gregory, and no doubt the 2 spin bowlers, is the batsmen at the moment, they don't feel the need to play that big shot. If you get them feeling trapped, then they think, that could go wrong, that big shot, whether it's the big drive or the across the line, sweep, top edge. But they don't feel the need to do that at the moment because they're pretty confident that they can defend the good ones. Catch it, where's it gone? It's gone, just dribbled towards.
Yes, no one was catching that.
But by and large, they feel confident that they don't have to do it. The progress is very steady and sound without having to play the big shot. They don't feel trapped. And Patel, there he is. He's just popping forward. He's smothering the spin.
Very good cricket from these two. Very good. Yeah, waiting for bad balls or just picking up, nudging for 1s and 2s. Nothing wrong with that on a bit of a rebuild mission for Surrey from 48 for 2.
No, well, it's sort of risk-free, but sometimes you just don't see a way out, and therefore you think you've got to do something pretty extraordinary to break that stranglehold, and that's when the wickets can fall. But they won't be feeling that pressure at the moment. They've added 64 together now, with increasing confidence. A bit more protection on the offside, so maybe Vaughan will just bowl a little bit wider to the right-hander. He's beaten that inside edge. But I think if you're umpiring, you think the ball's turning too much.
Yeah. Which is why you said that slightly wider line is the one.
Yeah, but I mean, LBW is hard for an off-spinner on a turning pitch bowling over the wicket. You've got to get him right back on the stump.
Yes.
If he bowled that ball from around the wicket and he hit the front pad, then you think you might be
straight.
You can pitch in line and then be hitting middle and leg. I'm not saying you've always got to bowl around the wicket, but I think that was probably a fairly easy decision for the umpire. But he would think differently if he was around the wicket.
Bowling well again, then.
Yeah, he had just bowled one little. He's got a plan. He's talking to someone.
Not a lot has changed, what I can see. Fell on deaf ears, perhaps. Yeah, not a bad ball, that.
No, well,
inviting the drive.
Yeah, that's okay. There is scope for something to happen if you're driving and not quite to the pitch of the ball, you're driving through the offside against the off-spinner when it's spinning.
Good ball.
Yeah. But he's played it nicely. It has turned a bit. The soft hands, he's just sort of gone with it. It's just full enough for him to adjust without worrying too much about getting an edge. I think, I don't know, Leach might be having a break now.
It doesn't look like he's
I think we're
coming
going to
in
have a bit of Aldridge.
Yeah.
Well, Aldridge was the only seamer to get a wicket against Durham, of course. I don't imagine we'll have a very attacking field
Is
for
that right? He was
Aldridge.
the only seamer, was it? I
Well,
hadn't seen that,
but
yeah.
only Somerset seamer, I think, to take a
Interesting.
wicket. But Gregory's, I think, perfectly reasonably. There's no slight on Leach. He's bowled 19 overs. He hasn't been quite at his best. He started looking as if he could get a wicket any time. Ball hard, bouncing, and he was. Then he got a little bit frustrated. One or two sort of short balls. And you don't quite relax until you get someone in that final column, even if you're a seasoned international. So a little break is quite a good idea. Oh, there you go, you
Straight away.
And it's not that ball's done anything, it's just different. Let's have a look. I don't think it's done anything. No, it's just a straight ball and a slightly ugly shot, really. In that, what was he doing with that ball? He wasn't really defending it and he wasn't really attacking it, and it was quite wide. But
Well, he would have been furious if he got an edge on that, wouldn't he?
Yeah,
Because
yeah.
he'd have said to himself,
what was I
there was
doing?
no conviction. It was a
Yeah.
sort of waft. I think similar. Better ball.
You know he's practicing leaving. Let's have a look at it. It's a good length, but it's essentially it's a straight ball.
Yep.
Almost in that corridor. He's looking to attack that at least, but not very well. And he's probably given himself a little talking to. He'll be looking to leave this one, so try and just get it hit just on off stump.
Oh, what a ball. What a ball.
Let's have a look at that then. That is a good ball, because I reckon that's been angled in and it's just held its line.
I think Aldridge has just signed himself up for an 8-over
Well,
spell here.
he's just bowled. Well, the first one was a bad shot, but he's bowled two crackers
Yeah.
since then. Met with the middle of that. So
Pretty quick, that. So just pushing 80 miles an hour. And that's the difference, isn't it? They've been facing balls around 50 to 55, and then suddenly Aldridge comes in and he's firing them at you at 80.
just come down the wicket, the two batsmen for a fist pump.
Yeah.
Well
Well played.
Well done.
played.
You hit. Well done. You hit that one. He's hit that one all right.
Not
But
gonna get
it
a
will
boundary.
only be one, I think.
Well,
He's
they're
going
gonna
back
run
for
two.
and there's a long way out there.
Good bit of running. Moves to 48. Ben Geddes played very nicely for it as well.
Yeah, and the only time he's looked uncertain is really in the last 2 minutes. And he picked that one up nicely enough.
He's got his eye in now, Geddes, against Aldridge. Hit the last three. Good start there from Casey Aldridge, his first over. Just the 2 runs from it. Some very good deliveries in there.
Now then, is it a double change?
Oh, I think it is. I think it is.
No, it's not. No, it's
Is
not.
it not?
Well, no, I don't think it is.
No. Just take a look at that over again.
Yeah.
Who was it? Who was taking his head? Oh, it was Banton. No,
Banton,
it was
yeah.
Banton. Well, that would be a shock if Banton came on.
That's the really good ball.
Yeah.
And he just didn't oblige by nicking it. And then it's getting better now. They have a fist pump after that one. Well done, Ben. Then he pulls that one away quite sweetly. But all in all, it's a good over from
Yeah.
Aldridge. And Geddes is still there. See, what they've also decided, what Patel in particular has decided, he's not looking for the big drive. That was a sort of almost a half volley, but he recognised that there's danger there. He's hit that well.
Yeah, that's there to be swept, isn't it?
Leach didn't see that really.
Shut up, mate. Be quiet.
Where's our microphone?
It's over near where Casey Aldridge is fielding, I think.
Ball maybe a bit damp. Went out to those tarpaulins. So he was very sweetly struck.
Not help the spinner, but Casey Aldridge might find it does a bit more. Good ball. Not good enough to persuade Patel into a false shot. They're looking for one which just takes the edge. They've got the men round the bat. Full. And a quick single.
Not quite yet. Not quite. We'll get there.
I can tell you exactly who he's talking to. Casey Aldridge. Because he's wearing a bright green cap and a grey overcoat. And he was in here having his lunch earlier on.
It's not Harry, is it?
Harry Everett over there having a word with Casey Aldridge on the boundary.
You can't keep Harry out of things, can you?
I hope he's not.
I expect Harry's giving him a few handy hints.
Yeah, well, what I would do in this situation, Casey.
I don't understand why you aren't. He might have given him a well bowled and last over.
Yeah, he did bowl very nicely.
He did. I'm wondering whether I might want a double change, actually.
Well, bring Harry on.
Yeah, well, given that Harry's not eligible,
no, true.
We'll have to look elsewhere. But having said that, where would I go? Well, there's Overton himself, but
Randall, of course, you've got as an option.
yeah. But I mean, I want my spinners. The moment one wicket fell, you definitely want one spinner in action. But they just got to find that wicket, find a way to break it. It's first time he's bowled Ryan Patel now, Aldridge. He's got a fairly conservative field, just a one slip there.
Pick up a single. Suspect that Lewis Gregory will just be getting a little worried seeing Geddes get to 48 without really any problems, any big problems. 121, so the lead now is less than 200. 8 wickets in hand. Surrey, as we know, a formidable team. Just itching for a wicket, this Somerset side now.
I mean, his other option, well, he's got several options. He's got himself, but he doesn't seem inclined to bowl much. He bowled 2 overs against Durham, I think. He's obviously got Overton, he's got Randall, he's got Goldsworthy.
Yes, that's true.
Who I wouldn't, I mean, if I bowled Goldsworthy, I would give him some protection. Not over attack, but I just wonder whether just to break it up, something slightly different, just a couple overs with, as I say, with protection. You don't want to sort of let them run away, but you've got a lead on for someone.
Let's see who we're missing. Aldridge is there.
Overton's there.
Stand over there. Jack Leach over there. Overton and Rue.
Banton, perhaps.
It's Goldsworthy. Banton's over there. So who are we missing?
Archie Vaughan.
Oh, Randall. I haven't seen Randall.
Well, perhaps he's going to put his bowling boots. Who's at mid-wicket? Might be Randall.
Who's mid-wicket? Oh, yes, sir.
Unless we've currently got an extra man on the field. Which I don't think is the case.
Yes, that looks like Randall there at mid-wicket, so I think must be. Oh, it's Tom Abel.
Oh.
Shot for 4, that. Wasn't a great ball, but hammered away.
Yep, well, he's picked that up. I mean, he's tried the bouncer, but it's not really. Well, he could have top-edged that, but you think it might have gone all the way. So let's have a look. Is he going to...
Abel back on the field now.
Abel's back. Some helmets are being dispensed with.
Which might suggest...
Yeah,
We're
I
gonna
think
see
we're
a bit
going
more
to
pace here.
see something.
Yeah.
Who is it going to be?
Oh, he's bringing the helmets back on. Oh, he's just getting the ball there, Craig Overton. He's taking the helmets on a little walk. Oh, no, I think... Well, Vaughan's taking his jumper off.
Yeah, Vaughan's going to continue.
It's going to be Vaughany.
I think he's due a rest, though.
That's bowled now, eh? This will be his 18th.
Yeah.
We're halfway through the day. 48 overs gone, 48 remaining. Somerset would certainly have hoped to have picked up more than 2 by now.
Yeah. Well, especially after getting those 2
Yeah.
quite quickly. Vaughan got them quite quickly. 2 new batsmen at the crease. 2 relatively inexperienced ones, too. Get on turning pitch. But they're still there, and they've batted extremely well. Very well judged.
And 32 overs till the new ball, so Somerset need this one to do something. The odd one is turning. It's not placid, and it's not.
Yeah, yeah. It's just a question
Down.
of the batsman once set, once you get in, you can adjust to it. And there's, that's the stock. Slightly short of it, nicely put away. That's his 50. And pretty quick 50, 93 balls. It's been a bit too easy for him if he'd been critical. But he's played exceptionally well. Very few rash strokes. He's moved along quite quickly on a tricky surface. He's got something to hit. He's hit it very sweetly. And defended well at the same time.
Great ball.
That's a lovely ball. And again, I'll have a look at that again in a minute, I suspect. And once again, he manages not to follow it when it spins. He's a bit cramped there, but he's got it away. There's only 2 men on the leg side, of course. He's been the junior partner in terms of run scoring, Patel, but a valuable job as well. Going to come around the wicket now. And there's a huge gap on the offside, of course. And that's out.
Oh, what a way to go after all of that hard work. Top edging a sweep shot from Vaughan. He picks up his 3rd.
Yeah.
50 and out for Geddes.
He's on for all 10. It's only 7 to go. Well, that's a bonus wicket. I mean, the only virtue there is what he's just changed the angle. He's just got 50. Sometimes that can be a sort of relaxation moment. And when he hit it, when you saw the ball, you saw the shot, you thought that's going to go somewhere. But he got a top edge, and it seemed an age before it came down. Didn't it? But it was safely held. So just when it all seemed inevitable that the runs would keep coming, Vaughan's found another way of getting a wicket, a top edge sweep.
Yeah.
Now, so I think we'll probably have Ben Folkes next. In which case, I think I'd probably put Jack on again. There it is. It's not the greatest ball in the world, but it's from a different angle. He's got time to watch it, hold his head in his hands, and think, oh dear, I've got to go now.
His folks
Having batted extremely well. So One of the queries for Gregory is now, what do I do? Do I let Aldridge keep going, or shall I get Jack back straight away to bowl for me? I think I'd be minded to do that. Folks is, by the way, as we know, a very capable player at spin bowling. He's done that for England in the subcontinent. He's going to come back. Is he? Which way round is he going to bowl? Can he stay round the wicket? Or is he going to come over the wicket? He's going to stay round the wicket. New batsman, though, very important to get it right against him, right from the word go. Same field.
Well, Vaughan's picked up as many wickets in this game as he did in the previous one. So he's doubled his tally. So good work so far, Archie Vaughan. There'll be a big round of applause finishing that over. Successful one for him. And what, for Somerset, what they will love to see is the head in the hands of Geddes there. He knows he's given it away. He's made that mistake that he'd been so good to have, he'd done so well to avoid all that time. Head in hands, thinking, what have I done? Given it to Somerset. After Somerset, as you, I think, used the word donated, which I quite like. They donated a few wickets last night. They've got one back there. 1-2-8 for 3, still behind by
a point. We got a point.
Oh yes,
there's a point. It's 3-3 in this contest. As things stand, it's 3-3.
So that's the lead. 189 is the lead Somerset have at the moment.
Aldridge is going to continue for the moment. Ooh.
And that's the set batter there.
Yeah. I mean, I wonder whether if folks had been on strike, whether Gregory would have taken a different view. But I can see the logic of just saving Leach for a while. You need to save him because he's bowled a lot. He's going to bowl a lot of overs in this match. And you don't want him to carry the entire burden, but you also want him to bowl at a new batsman. But given that he wasn't on strike, I can see why he will be shortly. Actually, he's hit that so well. He's hit that for 4. That's a beautiful back foot drive, really, rather than a cut shot. And I think it's important that Aldridge, he doesn't want to I think he was at his most dangerous when he came on against Geddes, just bowling a normal length rather than banging it in. That was too short.
Well, this will bring folks on strike now.
Yeah. Well, I think unless he gets him out, I'd give Aldridge a rest after this, and dear Jack would have to come and do some more work. He won't mind that. He's like a new batsman to bowl at.
Well, folks, and will have taken quite a few wickets with England with Jack Leach bowling, wouldn't he? Would have been
well, they'll know what to expect. Oh, yeah. I mean, I think that's one reason. There's so many good keeper batsmen nowadays, and folks is one of them. Well, every county now you have a keeper who can bat. And actually, if they're gifted batsmen, just the experience of standing behind the stumps all the time, you must get a better picture of what a pitch is doing and what certain bowlers are trying to do. And they can develop that. Once it's now become established that if you're going to be a top keeper, you've got to be able to bat. Now you can't expect to really progress or get in even a county team unless you are a batsman of some significance. When I was playing, that was starting to happen all the time, but I looked at old scorecards of, shall we say, the early 60s, late 50s, early 60s. And quite often the keeper was the man who came in at sort of 10. And he was a specialist. That's what he did. He kept wicket, but he didn't necessarily be expected to score a stack of runs. Well, that's changed now.
Yeah, it's a given, isn't it, these days?
I mean, I wouldn't want to do it, but I'm just trying to think. If you went around the counties now, who's It's not a question you need answer, but who's the worst batsman
Batting
amongst the
keeper,
wicketkeepers?
yeah.
And they'll all be batting in the top 7. Bernie Wilson.
Well, we found Harry.
Everett. There they are. Okay, there he is. Lucky enough to have a conversation with Harry.
Is it some sort of hostage situation? Is Bernie? Give us one wink if you're okay. There,
I mean, if we'd had Bernie's number, we'd give him a ring.
Yeah,
That
we
might
just
release him.
yeah. So, oh, I've got to go.
Yeah.
Phone's ringing.
Apparently, Tom Lamberty hates facing him. I don't know what Bernie bowls. Not very quick, I suspect. And he's probably not very quick. He's not a great sprinter, so he can't run away from Harry. And he'll be caught easily.
Oh, hang on, Bernie, I hadn't finished. I'm sure they're deep in conversation about the Devon Cricket Leagues.
Sweet shot for nothing. But you see how Stokes, Folkes, he likes to use his feet, but not in a sort of too cavalier fashion.
No.
But he uses his feet neatly against the spinners, just to change the length of the ball. One of the reasons he got dropped, I think, was the fact that he's been dropped for Jamie Smith. Is that once you get to the tail, he's not so adept somehow at batting with the tail, because he's not an explosive type of batsman, but he's played some really good innings for England, most obviously in support of a main batsman. There's been some Stokes-Folkes partnerships. He's a superb support player when a top 6 man is still there. Less good at dominating. He's hit some beautiful shots without getting any runs. I mean, it's a very sharp criticism to make, because he still bats very, very capably, and it's telling that he comes in for Surrey at number 5 regularly, and he's scored stacks of runs. So, to my mild surprise, Aldridge is going to keep going. I thought they might let Jack have another go. But no. One more, perhaps. Well, he's picked that up nicely, but it's only one. That would be going for the run out.
It's a scamper through in the end.
Yeah. You start dawdling.
Quick look at the forecast. I did mention there's rain coming in. I think if you are in Minehead, you might be getting a bit wet now. Now that, for those who don't know, about 25 miles away.
Is that the direction of travel, do you think?
I think it's coming from that direction, yeah.
Okay.
So I'm keeping an eye on it. Probably got a good 20 minutes before that reaches us, at least, I'd have thought. The forecast in about 15 minutes is for it to reach us, so we'll see. I think it's a little bit behind that. I think it's coming in slower. So that breakthrough, getting Geddes out was...
Yeah, but they'd certainly like another one. They can make up time, of course, tomorrow, if the weather's okay. If we lose some, oh no, it sounds like we're going to, but at the moment, the ground staff are not in evidence. Well, they actually are. They're leaning against an advertising order, but they're not coiled. Or it's got coffee or whatever's in those cups.
It's worth remembering Somerset are 7 overs ahead as well, so we have even if it does stop now, then we would have had a bit more than otherwise. We might have, given we've had a lot of overs of spin. Tractor's there in his wide-brimmed floppy hat. Quite sure it's the weather for that. Can't imagine him without it somehow.
Pete's back. He's obviously been scouting around, talking to people.
Thing is, if you're Pete Trigo, well, it's the same with if you're Vic Marks. I think you can't walk 10 paces without getting stopped. Ask for photos and signatures.
I would have thought it was with Charlie Taylor.
No,
your
yeah.
audience is it is radio.
It's radio, you see. I can get away with it.
He's been talking to Archie's dad.
Oh, he's here, is he? Certainly doesn't send his regards to me.
He's gone, of course, from the former Ashes winning captain to Archie's
dad. There we are. Yeah,
he won't mind that.
He'll respectably proud. So he's hot-footed it from the Test match, has he?
Well, yeah, he was certainly working on the Test match. Was that finished yesterday?
Yeah.
I know he's down here for the Leicester semi-final, which Archie played in. And like any father, he's going to keep an eye on things, isn't he?
Proud dad, why not? Absolutely.
And he's got a lot to be proud of at the moment. Now then, Leach is going to come and have a bowl at Archie's end. And I'm going to let Trigo come and add a bit of zip.
Well,
to
tell
the
us a bit about what Michael Vaughan has been saying. Thank you very much, Vic, who will return later on. Triggs is here, fresh from a conversation with the England former captain, Archie's dad. Is he in good form, Michael?
Yeah, very engrossed, as you can imagine.
Yeah.
With what's going on out there.
Presumably he's a Somerset fan now, isn't he?
Had a big double-fisted celebration when Archie picked up that wicket of Geddes. But you know what? Hero status cricketer, lovely man to talk to.
Yeah. Well, enough about you.
Just like, but you know, but nice guy.
Yeah.
You can tell, obviously, you know, engrossed in what his son's doing, absolutely. But you know, asking me about my boy, who we know plays cricket as well. So yeah, we had just two dads getting progressively greyer, talking about the lads and cricket, mate. It was just very, very standard stuff. Leachy on from the Vaughan end. Well, good knock brewing there from Geddes, who just ticked over that 50. Looked a lovely player, great hands, capitalised on any loose delivery, so a huge wicket to get, and certainly not an amazing time. I don't think there will be a great time to come in as a new batter. Now, potentially for the rest of this game, it's going to be a real challenge getting your runs this week.
Interesting change here. I think Leach wasn't looking as dangerous at the other end. He's already shown there's a bit of turn here for him as well. Going to the right-handed folks. A couple of slips and a leg slip. Short, that one. Folks is able just to play it out into the leg side and then run through for one. Well, he might become a bit of a regular fixture around the ground the longer his son keeps getting selected and playing as well as he is. I expect we'll see Michael here a fair bit.
Yeah, that is my my new most asked question when I'm having a little wander around the ground. Is Michael here? Like I'm in charge of his diary and something like that. But no, it is nice to see him down here. And you know, when Rocky was at school round the corner going to pick up his bats from Miller Champion Hall, it was, you know, occasional sightings of Flintoff as well. So the Trescothic, Flintoff, Vaughan trio.
Yeah.
I'm sure they caught up a number of times.
Yeah, let's get the band back together.
I mean, I don't think anyone will ever get bored of occasionally thinking back to that 05 series. Yeah. Absolutely box office stuff. But also great to see the next generation sticking their hand up, and I suppose most kids try and do the exact opposite of what their parents did, so nice that their boys have continued on the tradition.
It's funny, isn't it? Them all sort of coming in at the same time, Rocky and Archie. Debuts in the same season. And the rain is approaching, but at the moment still dry. Cloud over to our left, that's where it will come from, where the problems will come from eventually. But so far we've had 53 overs in today, so plenty of cricket already. Fingers crossed we can get a bit more. Now then, it was just an end change for the young man we've been talking about. Spin from both ends, but Archie Vaughan now bowling from the river end.
Well, it's a very accomplished off spinner. I mean, the one, and it isn't a concern, but the one, I suppose, thing to remember, as we saw from Moeen a while ago, you know, if you haven't really hardened the skin on the inside of that spinning finger, the index finger for a right arm off spinner, you know, you can sort of wear blisters and stuff, you know. I'm sure he's bowled lots of overs in the past, but, you know, 19 already today. It's probably not the norm, I wouldn't imagine, for a young man. So certainly something to be watchful of, because he's certainly going to be very important in this innings, but even more so in the fourth innings of this game. Folks had a brilliant tour of the subcontinent with England, so renowned as a pretty tidy player of spin.
Doesn't look like they're in a hurry, Surrey. They know that a draw here is not a bad result at all for their season. Somerset desperate to win. That's a bit of a drag down that from Vaughan, but he gets away with it.
So, highlights package from the morning show for us, Charlie. For those who didn't get up at 4:18, the bins, cheese and dishwasher alarm that we spoke about yesterday. Is that right?
I told my girlfriend about that. She thought it was very funny.
Was it bins, cheese, dishwasher?
No, it was charger. My phone charger. Yeah, it's the
charger.
stuff basically, I was going on holiday and I couldn't do some of these things pack before I went. I needed my phone charger overnight. The dishwasher needed to be put on in the morning. And the cheese was in the fridge ready to come with me as a gift to my host. So those are the three things I needed to remember in the morning. Anyway, yes, this morning, what we talked on the show, we spoke about the winter fuel allowance. There's a big debate in Parliament today.
Very contentious.
Absolutely. So we spoke to an MP, or a couple of MPs about that from the county.
Yeah. Well, and what was the? Did you pose the question of 11.6 billion going to overseas net zero stuff, but you can't find a few extra quid for the OAPs that really need to be kept warm in the winter? Was that part of your questioning?
We spoke, well, we didn't speak to a Labour MP, we spoke to a Lib Dem and a Conservative MP, so that was their argument. So it was my job to then counter that argument, you see. You sort of play devil's advocate when you're interviewing people like this. So
exactly. It feels like this. I think that kind of conversation I would get up at 4:18 for, because I want some answers.
Well, Pete,
I'm not quite pensioner status yet, but it won't be long. I'm worried
you are retired.
I'm worried about my mate Vic.
Well, we need to get Vic's thoughts on it. I'll leave you to question Vic, because he'll be next in when I leave here, so you two can discuss it. Leach is in. Lovely bit of drift on that. Gets past the fielder at short cover.
Great little assist there from Tom Abel. I think he's probably saved every chance. That could have been a boundary. Brilliant one-handed little assist there to mid-off. I think there's Randall there at mid-off.
Yeah. So we did a bit of that. What else did we do today? We've got a feature where my travel reader, we ship her out to various businesses. Oh, big slog sweep, no connection. And then for one day she works in their business. For instance, we sent her to a fish and chip shop last week. And she got featured in the fish industry magazine called Fish Focus. They took a picture and wrote an article about her, which was very funny.
Does she do a proper shift, or is it token?
Oh yeah, no, she does a proper shift, yeah. And then she gets all sort of pointers and told how to do it. So she was frying and battering haddock on the day, which was very fun. But I sort of ribbed her about being in the article on Fish Focus. And so she's now turned the table. So she's now booked me tomorrow to go and do story time with the group of 30 toddlers in the library. Good sweep shot, that. Only the one. So that's my job tomorrow at 11 o'clock. I'm in the library doing story time for 30 toddlers. I've got to dress up. I don't know what I'm dressing up as.
Story time with Uncle Charlie.
Yeah. So
There's a ring to it, man.
It does, yeah.
I like it.
So she's turned the table. So instead of it being higher Mel, it's now
What are
higher
you
Charlie.
gonna go for? A bit of biff and chip? That's
I
one
did
of the
suggest that.
favourite
I love biff and chip. I don't get to choose. It'll be what the library gives me to do. So that's tomorrow. So you can tell it's a varied job. One moment interviewing MPs, the next minute being told I've got to dress up and read books to children.
Dress up meaning just
Well, potentially like
clown
a
suit or
Gruffalo was one
Oh,
example
love
of that
that.
kind
Love
of thing.
that.
Whatever the book's about, it'll be something related.
you know, we
to
spoke off air about this winter you want to get in your training,
Yeah.
get training,
Get
and
to the
put on a
gym.
bit of weight. You're definitely gonna have to put on a bit of timber for the Gruffalo, my friend.
I don't know much about the Gruffalo because it was after my time as a child and I haven't got kids, so the Gruffalo's passed me by. Is that would you have been reading?
Yeah, my
watching
kid, they
Gruffalo stuff?
they definitely had all the Gruffalo books and
Right,
the toys. But yeah, I have to admit I wasn't reading them myself.
Is that Michael Vaughan we can spot on the sofa there?
No, he's having a sit down. He's like, bloody hell, that Trigo don't have to go on. No, I need a sit down. Well, that's good that he gets looked after well here at the Cooper Associates County Ground.
Yeah, he gets his own sofa. That's nice, isn't it? It's like, it reminds me of the old seats we used to have up here, where this stand is now, where we are, the Marcus Trescothic Pavilion. You remember the old cinemas? You wouldn't have sat in those much, would you?
Yeah, I did actually.
I guess as a fan
yeah.
before you start playing. But as a player, you don't get around and sitting in the stands that often. But yeah, you sat in those. I used to like sitting up there.
I can remember a friend of mine, Maz, came to watch a day's play, and he came down. He went up to the cinema. So he didn't come to the ground a huge amount from sort of, I suppose, the Botham era to now. So he was, came down to watch, and he went up into that first floor where the cinema seats are. There's a spattering of people. I don't know, 50 chairs maybe, and there's probably about a dozen people in there. And he went to sit down, got halfway to, pulled it down like the cinema seats. Went to sit down, and a voice from the back says, "Can't sit there, mate. That's Derek's seat." So he moves one along. "Can't sit there. That's Martha's seat." So, and he tried this about 3 or 4 times. Eventually said, "But they're not here." And the guy went, "But they might be later." They were named.
Yeah, they were actually, they had a bit of cult status around the circuit, didn't they? Really, they were a bit different to anywhere else. But yeah, they were quite old though, weren't they? By the time they were demolished, they'd been around a long time, man.
Well, it definitely had a unique aroma, that stand.
Well, they were fabric chairs, but they were pretty much outdoors, weren't they? I know they had cover, but if the rain was coming in, they would get wet. And then it was just a question of sort of drying out. I don't think they ever could have dried out in the winter. It was just consistently wet for about 3 or 4 months.
There was a unique must to the to that stand. That's definitely my recollection.
I was not interested. Round of applause for Archie Vaughan there, making life difficult for Folks and Patel here. Somerset would love to keep chipping away. They've put on 3:17, thanks mainly to Tom Banton yesterday, 132, just one short of his career best. It's a bit of a shame for him, but he was out to a good ball from slower ball it was from Dan Worrell yesterday.
Yeah, he definitely tried to block that out and survive it.
Oh
didn't
yeah, it was a classic defensive shot. It was. No, he was. If you missed it, it was a big shot across the line. He was thinking it was coming at full pace, and it wasn't.
Well, maybe they brought back in the old career best round of drinks, and he just wanted to avoid
So
going
drug
to the
avoidance. Is
bar.
that what you're saying?
Yeah.
1-3-2. That's still a good score. Get 1-3-3 and 1-3-2 in the season. Plus got a fair few big 50s as well, sort of 70s and 80s he scored. So He's having a good season, Tom Banton. Somerset fans would love to see him continue that form on Saturday. Well, and in the second innings here, of course. But he's so crucial, isn't he, in that T20 setup? Top of the order.
Yes, him and Smeed, I would imagine, will be striding out.
Yeah.
Smeed's obviously been on the sidelines for quite a while. He'll be looking to hit the ground running. Actually played against him a week ago in a club game. Looked in beautiful form. I think he's playing in the 4-day game for the seconds, even though he doesn't have a red ball contract, so he's just trying to get his eye in. So obviously means a lot to him to get himself into some good touch.
Well, when you've got finals day as your next potential game, haven't played that many. He played in the quarter-final, didn't he? Didn't come off really, got out fairly early, but after being out for all that time and coming back into knockouts and finals day, you want to give yourself the best chance of scoring runs. So good for him, I say, playing in the second 11. Shows a desire, doesn't it? Shows an appetite for cricket.
Yeah, I think he did when he first became fit, actually. I did see he got a 70 odd, if you mind saying that.
It's not his first game, is it, in the second 11?
Surrey batters have battled hard today, 143 for 3, and I have to be honest, when I saw that first over of Leach, all credit to the Surrey batters to be in this position. They're having to scrap for their lives. Ryan Patel's played very well. Geddes, I thought, looked a fine player. Had a good mixture of sort of attacking strokes and defence. These two are going to be pretty key wickets, and then you've obviously got Shakib Al-Hassan, who will. Well, he'll do something. There'll be an element of familiarity playing on a pitch like this. I would have thought. Used to playing in the subcontinent with spinning wickets, lots of spin being bowled.
Yeah, he's from Dhaka, so I'm sure he'll played on a fair few spinning wickets there.
I played two 50-over games in the Dakar Premier League, where all 50 overs were left-arm spin.
50 overs of left-arm spin?
5 left-arm spinners.
Wow.
Death by spin.
Was Shakib one of them?
Shakib was one of them. They had they have another guy they had called Razak, and they just had loads of like first-class level bowlers who bowled left-arm spin. And why wouldn't you if you were on pitches that give you plenty of assistance?
Oops. Overton's just fired it back to his bowler, but it's working its way to long on at the moment, the ball. Yeah, I mean, on pitches like that, there's a reason they're doing it. It's because it works. Oh, he's not nailed that at all, Patel. Oh, he's lucky to get away with that a bit, Archie Vaughan. Could easily be flying over the boundary for 6 runs.
Oh, what a ball that is. It's a pretty good indication that Ryan Patel is in relatively good touch. If you have a look at his bat, he's got a wear mark that seems to be very central to the middle of that bat. And I suppose if the ones that he looks like he's missing are slightly on the inside edge, so you can see it there draped over his shoulder. Lots of red cherries in the middle of that bat.
Vic suggested he might have painted it on.
Oh, right.
Just as a way to intimidate bowlers.
Or play a load of cricket and wipe off the ones around it. Just
spend hours on the buses when you're going in between grounds, just cleaning the outside edges. Yeah.
Search his bag for white spirit.
Pick up a run here, if not 2. Maybe 2. Aldridge fielding. Another over of Archie Vaughan comes to an end. He's bowled 22 now, 5 maidens, 3 for 39. The only bowler so far to have picked up a wicket. Still no sign of the rain coming in, which is great news. Just keeping an eye on it. It's encroaching, slowly but surely. But at the moment, Surrey batters still out here working hard. 58 overs we've had today.
Yeah, it's been engrossing stuff, isn't it? hard to keep your eyes off the action. Even in my little time off air, I've been stood downstairs. I think about going for a coffee, and something happens, and I end up just stood there watching for half an hour.
It's the beauty of this form of cricket, really, isn't it? You can choose to be in and out of it as you like throughout the course of a day. What a ball that is! What a ball, Jack Leach. Oh, that can't have been far away from an edge. Too good for folks.
There's a bit of patience required here for the Somerset spinners. I think it's important for the captain not to forget to give the odd blast with the seam bowlers, just to change the momentum every now and then if they get settled against spin.
The contacts are beginning to look a lot, beginning to fade away. A good ball.
I suppose that is the missing link, I suppose, for Somerset at the moment. The seam bowlers haven't taken a wicket yet. Leachy's still wicketless. And after that first over, you just wouldn't have put money on him bowling 22 wicketless overs.
Yeah, you have to give credit to Surrey, the way they've played. They had to dig in. See out the corner of my eye, Anthony pointing towards the Quantox as well on the other commentary. Defended, just shown in the radar. Spotting the same thing, so we might have a limited amount of time left, I think. But 146 for 3 is the score. Somerset picking up those 3 wickets, all off the bowling of Archie Vaughan. Surrey holding on. Vaughan in, defended. Patel on strike, 44, he's played very well as well. Partnership with Geddes, that's another great ball, just passes the edge. Focuses Patel's bat, beg your pardon. Let's have another look at that one. Oh, what a ball. But it does say something that he's had a lot of those, but he hasn't nicked a single one yet. It's about survival for Ryan Patel. Another one survived there. Is it Craig Overton on all fours? Banton's there crouching very low as well. Waiting for anything that comes their way off the bowling of Vaughan. As it goes in the air. Wonder what it came off. Think it was probably pad. See what the umpire says. They scamper through. Yep, given as a leg bye. One more in this over from Archie Vaughan. Quantox disappearing bit by bit. As the rain begins to come in. Not here yet, but somewhere between us and the Quantox, there's some rain around. Vaughan in for Overton. Banton, I beg your pardon, he picks it up quickly at short leg. And there is no run on that one. 147 for 3 is the score. Patel on 44 and folks there on 7. Very pleased to say that I'm joined by Dan James from the Mind Charity. Dan, great to see you. Thanks very much
Good to see you too, mate.
for coming in. Tell us a bit about, for those who don't know, what Mind is, what it does.
So we support everybody who has any sort of mental health sort of issues or concerns. We're here for everyone and anyone, just for support and any support that's needed, really.
And how long have you been involved personally?
I personally started in January this year.
Right,
so
so
quite
it's
new
fairly
to it.
new. Right.
Yeah.
And what was it that made you want to join Mind?
I think my previous sort of career was as a hairdresser, so lots of like deep and meaningful chats, bonds, that relationship, and I just wanted to go more into that really and see if I could help and support others.
I did think you had a well-shaped beard when you came in and sat next to me. That
Thank
was
you.
one of my first thoughts. So there is the background as a head. You're probably looking in mine thinking, oh, he could do with a chop, which is true.
No.
So linking up with the cricket club, cricket is a sport that, well, we've seen has got links to what can be quite an isolating sport, really, as that goes up in the air but doesn't get near to the gloves of James Root. It can be quite an isolating sport, despite the fact it's a team sport. There are a lot of moments where you're quite by yourself in a game, and that can be quite hard, I think, for some players. If you're out of form as well, batting or bowling, I think it can be a very tough sport, much more than perhaps something like football, where if you're out of form, your team can sort of carry you with you a little bit. There's a much more scrutiny, perhaps, on
Much
individuals.
bigger pressure, probably.
Yeah, I think that's right. So, how can mind and cricket work together, do you think?
So I think really it's just the awareness, helping spread the awareness, getting the message out there to everybody really that it's okay not to be okay, and if you are struggling with anything, just to make sure that you talk about it, reach out to somebody. If it's not a friend or family, then we're always there. We have our Mind line, which is open 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. So that's one that's there to signpost people if they need the support, but also it's something that it's the people around the people that may be struggling. We're there for them too.
Just take us through, what would it be like if you were to ring up Mindline now? What would you sort of be hearing? How would it be answered?
I think, to be honest, it's about sort of, every call's obviously going to be different. Every sort of problem that somebody may be facing is different. So it's about getting to the bottom of like what they're feeling, what they want as an outcome from it, and then trying to support them and signpost them on to somewhere else if they need that extra support.
And there are probably quite a lot of bits of support that I don't know whether people are really. It can be hard to be aware of everything that's there, can't it?
Yep.
Especially if you are if you're struggling with your mental health.
Yep.
You're not probably thinking as you might do if you weren't. It's harder to think straight, isn't it,
Yep.
in those situations? So I guess there's a lot actually of support for people, and
Yeah.
that's important to make people aware of.
Yeah, and I think that is the thing. There is so much support out there, but a lot of the time what we're facing is people are too scared to ask for it. So that's why we're sort of trying to make sure we're putting it out there and spreading that awareness to make sure that if people do need the help, that we are there.
Do you have the number? Do you know it off by heart?
I don't yet.
Shall I look that up while we're talking here?
I should know it, but as a fundraiser,
no, don't worry.
It's not.
I'm sure I can find it. So tell us about fundraising, because that's what you're up to, isn't it? You yourself are on the front line of this kind of thing at the moment. So what are you doing to raise money?
So what I'm trying to do is I'm doing a 20-mile walk around the ground here, which I've measured it out. It's 55 laps. And obviously there's lots of sponsored walks that, and I always like to try and connect it to the cause, to connect it to what we're doing. So for me, the hardest part is 20 miles is still a fair old way, but people run further in a marathon, but the hardest part of it is going to be the repetition. So I'm going to be going round and round in circles, dealing with seeing the same thing over and over, and not being able to break that cycle. So we are really symbolising what a lot of people struggle with their mental health and how they struggle with that. So then I want to put the positives across of how we can help on a day-to-day basis, like our own mental health.
Before runs there, a little bit short, it's dropped, and Patel is able to fire that through, and it brings up the 150 for Surrey. So 55 times around here. I mean, that in how long are you hoping to do that?
I'm going to start at about 8 o'clock.
Yeah.
And it's hard to judge, really, but I guess sort of maybe 4 o'clock, I'm hoping.
It's a full day, really.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a full day. But like I say, obviously symbolising then the positives, which will be fresh air, exercise, sports, hobbies, interests, That's obviously a massive part of, like, you know, socialising and having people around you. So being involved in a team is really important to sort of help with your mental health. And then the main one would be talking. So what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to get 55 different businesses to sponsor £50 a lap and join me on the day. If people can't join me for the lap, we can get other people to walk it for them. But again, it symbolises, if I was to say to you, why don't we do 20 miles, it's 55 laps, it becomes easier because I have someone to talk to. But at the same time, after 5 or 10 laps, it's probably going to be quite challenging. So what it's symbolising again is the fact that the more people we have around us, the more conversations we have, the easier the journey, the easier things can become.
Yeah, important. It's a life lesson you can use in all sorts of things, isn't it? Really, that kind of that problem shared is a problem halved, is the saying, isn't it? That kind of burden it there. While you were talking there, Dan, Patel brought up what is a very good 50. The way he's played, he's really worked very hard for it. It's been, his runs have not come easily, but this is what tough cricket is all about, isn't it? It's about sticking around. And he's there on 50. 153 for 3 is the score. Clouds move across. It's looking quite threatening now. Yeah. So what day is this happening? So it's
actually on World Mental Health Day, which is Thursday the 10th of October. So I need another 19 businesses. So we're getting through them, but still some to go. And we've also got a Just Giving page, which I think the QR code is going to be on the screen.
It's on screen now. There it is.
On screen now. So if anyone would like to donate, then that would be gratefully received, and appreciate any support.
If you just hold your phone camera up and hold it over that QR code, you'll see the link come up, and you can click on that, and it will take you right to the right page. Just for those, we were talking about Mindline earlier on. If that's something you think you might need or find useful, the number is a Taunton code 01823 276 892. That's 01823 276 892. So 8 hours of walking. Obviously there won't be any cricket on because you're into October by that point, so it could be quite an empty ground. I guess that's kind of part of it, isn't it? It's the mental challenge of there not being.
Yeah, and I suppose anyone who likes sport, if it's cricket, if it's football or whatever, you go through those emotions, don't you? The ups, the downs, the highs, the lows, and that's also what is a bit that we're trying to symbolise, really, the sort of the emotions you actually go through.
Patel on strike to Leach, forcing him to come forwards. So you've got the QR code there. So how can people who perhaps not businesses just want to help out themselves, can they come and watch? Or will there be they'd be able to come and perhaps join you for a few laps or anything like that?
Yeah, I mean, obviously with it being the 55 laps, it will be a case that we're just trying to get sort of 55, and but if I needed to walk more, if people want to come down and support, then I will do.
God, it's quite a lonely, going to be a lonely time, but as we say, that's kind of the idea, isn't it? To show that actually you can pull through tough times. So Dan, it's great meeting you. Best of luck for it.
Thank you so much.
I hope it goes really well. Yeah. Lovely to see you. And if you're here on the 10th of October for whatever reason, maybe you're visiting the shop or parking your car or anything like that, keep an eye out for Dan on the day. Thanks so much.
Thank you so much.
Dan James from Mind, Somerset Mind, speaking to us. And I've just heard that Harry Everett is going to be walking with you as well. So that's nice idea to get involved. Thanks to Dan for coming in. One ball left in this Leach over. Patel there on 50. Somerset desperate to see the back of him. Don't want him carrying on like Banton did in the first innings. That one's just defended. Fancy that, Treeks? 55 laps around the outfield here?
I think I've probably done a few more than that.
Yeah.
Can that count?
I don't think it could be sort of career-based. No, I think it has to be on the one day.
That's a shame. Can I use my phone?
What? As just to distract you, or while you're going around, or just strap your phone to Dan and then put it on record on your Strava. Do that kind of thing, and it looks like you've done it. Still, the rain stays away, and still Archie Vaughan comes on to bowl. Still looking for that breakthrough, Pete, aren't they? 153 for 3. They want another one. Keep chipping away, because at the moment, well, they're not far off halfway to Somerset score here now, Surrey, and they've still got 7 wickets in hand, including Shakib Al Hassan, who is still in the pavilion waiting to come out.
Have you seen the news, Charlie?
Go for it. What?
England, Pakistan tour.
Have they announced?
Leach and Bashir.
Fantastic news. Fantastic news. Jack Leach in the England team. Brilliant.
Crawley, Duckett, Hull, Leach, Pope, Potts, Root, Smith, Stone, Wokes.
No major shocks there. It's good to see Leach
Yeah, I
back in.
don't think so. I suppose.
Yeah, they've stuck with kind of who they were playing with and brought Leach in. Good news. Brilliant news for Jack Leach. I think it was... well, Vic Marks was certainly calling for it, and you know that Vic has got the selector's ear. If he says something, then Rob Key listens.
Yeah, I have to admit, I'm sure he's in the know. While I was speaking to Michael earlier, one of our members said, hello Michael, do you think Leachy will tour Pakistan? And he was like, absolutely yes.
Well, that'll be great. Great for Jack, great for Somerset. Brilliant for England. Using his feet here, folks, and it goes not too far away from Tom Banton. I don't think it was a chance, really. It's slow progress, but it's good progress for Surrey. They're top of the league for a reason.
There was a few names I missed out there, actually, but sorry.
I did think it sounded a little bit
Stokes,
Oh, yeah,
Ahmed,
he'd be in there.
Atkinson, Bashir, Brooke, Cars, Cox, Crawley, Duckett, Hull,
So-
Leach, Pope, Potts, Root, Smith, Stone, Wokes.
That's Rian Ahmed, is it? Presumably.
Rian
Yeah.
Ahmed, yes. His brother is it Nottinghamshire, and he started his first-class career very well.
Saw that.
They speak very highly of him up there.
So the rain radar is less than optimistic for the rest of the day's play. It just depends how many more overs can we squeeze in before it starts to rain here, I think. Let's take a look. 154 for 3 is the score. Somerset. Well, there's a discussion going on here between the umpire and Lewis Gregory with Jack Leach with the ball there. Jack's got the ball. There's definitely a few words being had between Somerset skipper and the umpire. Off he trots back to his position somewhere around the bat. The over rate is plus 11. Actually, look, there's 32 overs left, so it should be tea at 2:30. So we're going to get a few more overs before that. Well bowled, folks coming a long way forwards. What was your mentality against spin? On a day like this, if you were facing spin from both ends, were you able just to keep out all the chat in your head saying, come down the wicket, fire it over his head?
Yeah, I had a man on my shoulder. I had two I had one on either shoulder. One of them was like, right, jump to do here, dig in, and then occasionally, as the ball was just about to flick out the spinner's hand, someone would play a bugle or the cavalry charge trumpet sound, and I'd have a little wander down and try and park it into St James Street. That was generally what happened, and yeah, for my sins, got a few wrong, got a few right. But I think, as I'm sure we have spoken about before, from my own personal journey, under certainly Justin Langer and Trez, they kind of didn't really encourage me to bat like everyone else was trying to bat. They wanted me to take, if we were in a pressure situation, they wanted me to take the game to them. And yeah, I always felt like I had, I think I always did quite well against spin, generally. I can remember one of the guys that all of us struggled with was Jeetan Patel. Actually, he got a lot of wickets against us playing for Warwickshire. Keith Barker used to bowl around the wicket. As we saw a little bit in the Test match from Hull, Keith Barker had quite an unusual way of landing on the pitch that was really close to the danger area, but not quite in it. And he used to pivot off of it, and he used to dig a hole. And it was just once Keith Barker had bowled an amount of overs, Jeetan Patel had this absolute 12-inch pizza to aim at that was hellish. So yeah, it was like, well, you know, kind of like this situation. You're either a sitting duck or you got to be proactive. And yeah, I mean, quite a few times it was like, if I don't run down and meet this on the full, I'm in trouble. So yeah, it was many ways to skin a cat. We all do it differently.
Folks using his feet there, but no run from it.
Yeah, I mean, even folks there. I mean, even that shot there that isn't necessarily a box office moment, that doesn't necessarily ring true to how I would see it. You're coming down the wicket, playing across the spin into mid-wicket. You know, if I was going to come down the wicket, I would probably try and play with the spin. So, do you know what I mean? We all see it different ways. There's no right, no wrong, apart from when you get out and when you don't, I suppose. Yeah, there's definitely a little bit of precipitation in the air. You've got a bit of a drip there on the middle of that lens.
Looking at the forecast isn't ideal for Somerset, who want, as a result, they need the result from this game. A draw only helps Surrey with 2 games to go after this one. But the forecast, it has to be said, tomorrow and Thursday looks much better. We've already had 65 overs today, so we're not missing vast amounts.
Yeah, I think the missing link for Somerset today is, as I said, you know, that Worrell type performance where the seam bowler can come in, just take 1 or 2 wickets, you know, expose a couple of new batters to what is a challenging surface when you're facing spin. We have a change of bowling, which is brilliant. The ground staff are revving up. I can hear Bumble in my ear saying start the car, but, well, start the John Deere by the looks of it. They'll be on with the covers in no time. We've got Randall coming in for his 3rd spell of the day, his 6th over. Bowled beautifully with the new ball. Was unlucky in patches. Can he be the man just to change the momentum here?
Somerset needed a bit of a change-up, wasn't working for them. Surrey have been very good. It certainly hasn't been, when we saw that first Leach over, we thought this could be real danger here. Surrey have been very cautious, but very good.
Yeah, you've got to say credit to Surrey, as I think I mentioned it half an hour ago. 156 for 3, and after those first couple of overs of spin, brilliant shot there from Ryan Patel. Slightly short from Randall. Potentially his natural length coming from New Zealand. You do have to bowl a little bit shorter when you play in that part of the world with the extra bounce, but that won't suit an English pitch. Ryan Patel's very, very good on the pull shot. He's hit that miles in front of square for 4. Just going to have to get a little bit fuller. Yeah, sorry. I mean, you can see that the reason why they're at the top, they're missing a number of players, but they bring in class. There's a production line of high quality performers. And, you know, like I said, so many teams under the pressure that Vaughan and Leachy were putting on them would have probably been, you know, batting again by now. And I actually genuinely mean it. I think I said to, you know, some Max Waller off air downstairs, I said, I'll tell you what, if Surrey get 180 here, they've done well. So, you know, real indication of why, you know, they're vying for their 3rd consecutive championship.
Trying to tempt him outside the off stump there, but a little bit too wide.
This rain will play havoc with Randall's bouncy hair, won't it?
Well,
Charlie?
you'd know about that, Pete. You're the expert in hair.
I'm just watching mine get thinner as I get older, mate. That's the sad thing. But
you've got a great lovely locks up there.
You might end up going frizzy. That's a bad thing, isn't it?
Frizzy? What, in the humidity, you mean?
You might end up with frizzy hair. Humidity, slight curl. You've got a curl to your barnet, haven't you?
It takes me ages getting all the curls in every morning. You're going to have to get up at 2.
Is there a separate alarm for that one?
The curl alarm, yeah, I've got to put the curls in. No, this is the straight out of bed into the car look. This is what that is.
I think you got more chance of pulling that off with curly hair, haven't you?
Yeah, I think so. I think you get away with it with curly hair.
I have a patch near the crown of the back of my head that I must sleep in the same position every night because it's literally just 90 degrees to every other hair. Randall just getting a bit fuller, attacking that off stump. Ryan Patel Playing with that inside half of the bat.
Good ball. Another over ticks by, 66 bowled.
I mean, that's the great thing, you know, the way that the spinners have bowled a decent quantity of overs at the moment. Seamers that are fresh, when they are called upon, give it everything. 4 overs, 5 overs max. Give it everything. It's your home debut. Can you just create that little bit of a wicket that will open the door for Leach and Master Vaughan?
The rain is, as you can see, the ground staff are ready for it. It's on our doorstep, I think. Not that that's going to hurry up what's going on in the middle at the moment. Bit of a look at Patel's bat.
Yeah, a few running repairs. A lot of batters have like a fiberglass tape that over time, you know, multiple impacts with the ball starts to fray a little bit. So it looks like David Milnes has got the old toenail scissors out and clipped off a little bit of excess tape. Batters get very funny about their bats. You know, they especially looks like Ryan Patel's certainly got the number 1 in his hand. You can tell it's got the wear marks. The favourite bat. Maybe looking after it, gluing it, oiling it. A little bit of a thing from the past, really. Professional cricketers looking after their cricket bats, but every now and then you get one from that ear. Well, there's been sort of, I suppose, had a father that's done the same thing, and you're drummed in to look after the bat that gets you the runs. Almost gets a bit superstitious in some ways. Devastating when they properly break, one that you really love.
Yeah. One that you think, oh, I've picked up how many thousand runs with this? Yeah. Becomes an extension of your body a bit, really, doesn't it? If you're using it enough.
I mean, it's amazing the technology and the thought that goes into making cricket bats these days. And years and years and years ago, I had a bat that just almost by chance was the favourite one. The handle was the right shape, and the balance and the weight and the way it looked when you set up was perfect. And unfortunately, that inevitably breaks after certainly a county season when you play so many games. You send that to your sponsor with just like on Sharpie in the front. P-Trigo, copy this.
Yeah,
and
exactly this, please.
Yeah, and obviously the pod shape is tasked to replicate that as many times as possible. And very rarely they get it wrong, in fairness. I mean, so the pros are pretty spoilt with their cricket bats.
Oh, thank you, Pete. I remember the ones you had which looked like it had tattoos down the back of it. That was yours. Was it called the PD7 or something like that? PT7.
PT7 was a range that Gray Nichols did for a couple of years. Yeah, it was
very nice.
It was designed on a couple of tattoos that I had on myself. So
I think Vic had one of those, didn't you, Vic? You had one based on your tattoos.
That was very brave of Gray Nichols. Yeah, a very traditional bat manufacturer to go rogue with me. So I appreciate that, and thank you, Charlie. Vic, the second most tattooed person in the commentary box, is coming to join me.
Yes. I wonder what tattoos look like when you're 69, but I don't know.
Have you got a couple of Gillette cups tattooed on your backside, Vic?
As a matter of fact, it may surprise you to know, no, I haven't.
I think this sounds like a day out for us.
Maybe. I don't think so. I don't like tattoos. I mean, yours are obviously wonderful, but I'm glad you're not my son. What would I do? No, just on the tattoo front.
Heartbroken. Absolutely heartbroken.
We're filling in a questionnaire about pet hates. And I said gerbils.
Gerb?
And tattoos.
Not Armageddon, is it?
No.
Yeah.
Anyway, bats.
Gerbils and tattoos, is it?
Yeah.
What about a tattoo of a gerbil? That would really finish you off, wouldn't it? You can arrange
I had a
it.
favourite bat, though. I remember the guy kept plastering it up, an old jumbo, but it was a light jumbo. I got some runs with it somewhere, and I just didn't want it to break up.
You do get bats. The one after a real favourite does just look alien, doesn't it?
Yeah,
it's hard to explain really. Where you get familiar with the the certain shapes and the weight and how it feels in the hand.
Yeah.
What do you think about this move? Randall back into the attack, like it? He's got plenty of energy in the tank. It's only his 7th over.
Yeah. Oh. I think I don't know about you, but I know that the Kookaburra doesn't do much. I still feel more comfortable if he's got lots of energy. Just have one bloke in that slip cordon. I don't want to. He's not going to try and bowl, bouncer stuff. I don't think he's going to bowl straight. I guess from the sort of 5-4 onside field. That's his aim. But I'd still feel I'm not a fast bowler. Just that one man that's loitering in the slip cordon.
I think the question always has to be, where from?
Well, it'd be one of them short mid wickets probably.
Hedge it. Stick one right in the middle of the two of them. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, take the short mid wicket out and put him. In fact, they're going to give a slip to the left-hander. Maybe they think there's a glimmer of reverse. It's been old-style cagey cricket, hasn't it? And they've played well, Surrey, because there were moments this morning when there would be a few alarms as they saw the ball turning quite quickly. But it's hit that well.
Yeah, I think it's an unbelievable effort where Surrey are at the moment. Geddes and Patel in particular have played exceptionally well, and you have to say quite a stern test.
Yeah, and they played in a very mature way too, because it hasn't been the swash and buckle that we're kind of used to nowadays, from younger players especially. It's been quite calculated.
Well, I didn't play a whole heap against Ryan Patel. Enough cricket against Ryan Patel, but the one thing that was vividly stood out was you don't bowl short to him.
Yeah.
He plays that pull cut shot exceptionally well.
Yeah, like he's not a very tall man.
Onto it very early.
Yeah.
He's great eyes, great hand eye.
And he hit that in front of square too. So he had time. And then after a while you think, well, what demons are there out there? Well, there are demons. We've still seen the ball beat the bat a few times. It still turns, but he's just adjusted to it. And I think he's done what you were talking about earlier on. He's managed to, against the turning ball, he hasn't followed it. He's just kept his position. And when it has turned, it's beaten the outside edge. He's not followed that ball as he sees it, just senses it turning away from him. And he trusts his defence now. It's a bit of spinners get a lot of wickets when the batsman doesn't trust his ability to defend when it's turning. But both these players, Folkes has always been good, I reckon, against the slow turning ball. He trusts his defence. Then some days when you were watching England, one of my favourite cricketers actually, just retired from England, Moen. You could tell he didn't trust his defence against spin when he first came in, and it was so frenetic. So he was playing big shots left, right and centre. And sometimes it would come off, but more often than not it wouldn't. Once he started to trust his defence, then away you go. It's quite dark now. I think I haven't seen any light meters.
I think mystery spin would make this wicket a whole heap of a challenge if you had a leg spinner or with a googly slide.
Yeah, but they have played well. I mean, Durham, this pitch is no different. In fact, I think it's offered a bit more turn than we saw against Durham. And of course,
I felt like Leach got a lot more spin from the other end, from what I've seen so far.
Yeah, he likes that river end on his own admission, I think, for not especially rational reasons. He just likes it that end. I mean, actually, the breeze, theoretically, is going from leg to off against the left-hander. Theoretically, that's the sort of breeze a left-armer would prefer, to get that little sort of dip in the air.
I mean, it is strange, isn't it, how ends can affect you? I've got to admit, I bowled so many overs from
the
Leach's end. I felt like there is a very, very minor tilt in this ground from left to right as we're looking at it. Tiny amount. I always felt like I was bowling into leg stump from this end. Good, and just never really settled.
Well, I much prefer bowling that end too, but that especially in one-day cricket, only because I felt the boundary is a bit longer that way, which it is. Not that much, but a bit. So in one-day cricket, I very rarely bowled this end.
Presumably, when you were playing pre-Botham stand end, would it have been pushed back
A little bit further back, yeah. Can't remember when they built the Botham stand, but I don't think it was there.
I reckon it was 1997 or 8.
Okay, in which case, obviously, long since gone. So that boundary was a bit bigger.
So I remember back in the day when county cricketers earn
Not very
less
much.
than pretty much any workforce on the planet, that a number of the staff players did all the labouring, and I can remember them just like on the car park. There was all the sand, cement, and all the building materials, and there was a load of planks of wood put out. And I can remember seeing a number of players helping out
In the winter time.
getting 20 quid a day from Peter Anderson, who was upstairs making sure you were
I mean,
putting a
when
good
you-
shift in.
When you first joined as a pro, were there 12-month contracts or not?
No,
No.
it was 1st of April to the end of
Yeah.
September.
Yeah, that's what.
And as soon as you got good enough to earn enough that it could be divided by 12, and you could actually buy a coffee with it, we spread the salary over 12 months. But
It must have been a slight pay rise, wasn't it?
you had to pay. You certainly had to be a first team cricketer for that to even have made sense. Oh, that's a close leave.
He's getting frustrated, Jack, but he's still soldiering on. It's quite a good over. But no reward still. Lights are coming on. I mean, we could have a situation when Gregory can say, look, the umpires can say we're going to go off, and Gregory will say, well, I'll bowl my spinners then. And I think just for the moment he would continue to do that, but at this point, Randall's going to continue. Yeah, so that boundary was a bit bigger, I reckon, before the Botham stand. There was a stand there, a covered stand, but not the same dimensions, not as big. Sort of on the line of that pylon to the left of the Botham stand.
Yeah, I do.
Which was not really, it never really been facing quite in the right direction, of course. But Peter Anderson will explain that away.
Yeah, I can remember Robbo would obviously air his views in his unique way, and he was like, most expensive sight screen in the country, lad.
That's right, because it's great swathes of seats are covered with white tarpaulin in there. I remember watching an Elton John concert from up there, and
That was good that night, wasn't it?
and well, he's been twice, I think. This must have been the first time, but I expect you were there. Ian was here, and he was in his. He said, "Look at this." He said, "I'm in my own stand, in my own box, with my mate out there, Elton John." And then I remember it was his mother's birthday, Marie. I don't know if you met Marie.
Yeah, I remember that happening on
It
stage.
was,
yeah.
and then mid concert, or whatever you call it, Elton stops. I've got a special song now, and he sang "Happy Birthday" to Mrs. Botham, who came onto the balcony rather like the Queen Mother and waved at at everyone there. It was a nice moment.
Good to have friends in high places,
Yeah,
I suppose, isn't it? Randall steaming in, trying to pick up his first Somerset wicket. He's bowled nicely. Hasn't done a lot wrong, but as we did say, that post sort of that first spell with a new ball, seam bowling here with that Kookaburra ball gets very attritional.
Yeah. Well, we're still playing. I mean, we heard dire forecasts, and we're into the 70th over. I mean, there's another ball available quite soon. I wonder what they'll do.
they will bite the umpire's hand off for it, I would say. 'Cause I think
And
the
then
spinners-
who do you give it
spinners
to?
would want-
Yeah, I think you might give it to one seamer, one spinner, perhaps. Do you reckon? I don't know. What would you do? Tricky one.
No, I would go double seam, but
Yeah.
I would not give it much time.
Yeah.
I'd give Overton, Randall. I mean, I'm getting the sense that Lewis Gregory's not fit to bowl. You've got Casey, who hasn't obviously bowled many overs. But yeah, I would go, maybe 3 overs, 6 overs, 3 overs each. Just if you don't get a wicket,
The spinner will welcome the harder ball clearly. So yeah, the way things are going, if we're still playing, and there were mumblings that we'd be off by now, but we're still going. And also, if the umpires got together, I imagine you'd say, right, I'll bowl my spinners for a bit. Couldn't keep going. I mean, Somerset have got to try and win this game. Well,
that kind of happened in the Test match, and Wokesy ended up bowling a few balls. It was.
Well, yeah.
How do you rate those off spinners?
Well, I didn't actually see them, but I don't think they were very good, were they? I mean, Beefy did that in a Test match once. He bowled off spin, and he thought, well, I bowl, I've got 300 and whatever it is Test wickets. Surely I can. And he bowled absolute filth. I don't know whether he got a wicket.
It's not as easy as it looks.
Exactly, it was established. It is not as easy as it looks.
We're having a bit of a change here. Lewis Goldsworthy, left arm spinners coming on to bowl at the Marcus Roscothik stand end.
Well, I'm just watching a bit of Wokes, who also discovered that it is not quite as easy.
No. Well, his one good ball, he just thought, I've just bowled a drag down this bit in for 4, and then he bowled a little away swinger.
Yeah, okay. Back to more familiar.
And then he bowled another drag down, and I think Jimmy Anderson was laughing up on the balcony.
It is not that simple. Not quite as simple as we make it look. Now, we've got Lewis Goldsworthy, who won't have to attacking a field, but it's perfectly reasonable thing to try. He got a wicket actually against Durham. Batsman, they're going to go off. Lewis Goldsworthy was about to propel the ball, but there must be some drizzle out there now.
Yeah, if you have a look over to those dark purple leaved trees, I don't know what model they are, but there's definitely some rain falling.
Yeah, it's sort of miserly rain. It's not bucketing down by any stretch of the imagination.
Do you know your trees, plant life, Dick?
I don't know. I'll pluck out beach, but I'm not sure. I'm not very good. I could tell you.
Isn't that the white looking silver?
Let's not go there. We're not doing very well. We'll only expose our ignorance.
Neither me or Vic know anything about trees, but they're purpley leaved ones. So anyone on the live stream who knows, at the back of the car park on the which road is that? Priory Bridge Road. Anyone knows what those purple leaf trees are? You let us know.
We should know.
We should.
Being sort of country boys,
spending our lives in the wilderness as we have.
So the rain is not bucketing down. I suppose we're quite near the tea interval anyway, so they might just take tea. There are. Yeah, forecast not great. In fact, we've played a bit longer than some of the forecasts were suggesting. Charlie's become a bit of an expert on that. I'll just look for a thumbs up, down. He's giving it thumbs down. So it may well be that there isn't much more cricket today. At the moment, as I say, it's barely raining, but the covers are coming on. It's pretty grey up on the Quantocks. And the radars and the experts behind me are not optimistic. If that is the case, it's Surrey's day, I think.
Yeah, they've played very, very well. Certainly have played very well. 169 for 3. I thought they were going to struggle to get 180 the way that it was turning. So they've negated the spin. They've taken the aggressive option and executed well. A few little mistakes along the way that have cost a couple of wickets, but you have to assume that's going to happen. And with a pitch doing so much, and you underestimate your knowledge. It does seem to be some iteration of a beech tree, Vic. So
good.
Very wise man.
But yeah, I mean, by modern standards, they haven't been that aggressive, but they've been very composed, and particularly Geddes and Patel, who Geddes played some nice shots, but not extravagant ones. But if he got something just off length against Leach, he managed to pump it for 4, either through the covers or sometimes through mid-wicket. Played a few big sweep shots, but nothing too foolhardy. And they've trogged along by modern standards at sort of 2.5 and over maximum. But when we saw that ball turning, and then we saw the 2 very experienced openers go 48 for 2, Leach was getting the ball to spin. Hits right-handers, it looked a real proposition. But they just hung in there, and gradually it got easier somehow. They picked off the singles well. They were always looking to score without taking any big risks. And they began to trust their defence, and they didn't feel threatened. And they stayed there for a long time, and it was only the top-head sweep that got rid of Geddes in the end. Vaughan's got 3. Leach has bowled 28 overs and got anything in that final column, which will disappoint him. But he knows he's got plenty more work to do, and he can all change round. It did for him, in a sense, in the last game against Durham, where for a while in that first innings against Durham he was struggling and couldn't get that right-hand column working. But then he got a couple, and then he relaxed, and it all slotted into place. But maybe there's a bit more about Surrey than there is about Durham's middle order. There's still Shakib to come.
Yeah, couldn't agree anymore. Surrey have certainly shown why they're at the top of the title race at the moment for their 3rd consecutive county championship. Very combative, scrapping, intelligent batting has been on show today. We're going to take a little break here while the rain is falling. We will attempt to entertain you with something potentially. We'll let you know. Until then, we'll just go off and grab a cup of tea and keep our eyes on the skies.
time to bring you up to date with scores from around the country, starting in Vitality County Championship Division 1. At Chester Street, Durham taking on Lancashire. Lancashire were bowled out for 228 in their first innings. Durham are 162 for 4 in the 41st over of their reply. Durham trail by 66 runs with 6 wickets remaining. All of these are Day 2 scorelines, including the one at Chelmsford. Essex making 457 all out in their first innings. Nottinghamshire are 19 without loss in the 4th over of their reply, still trailing by 438 runs. At Canterbury, hosts Kent bowled out Hampshire for 403, but in reply Kent are 27 for 3 in the 13th over, still trailing by 376 runs. At Worcester, Worcestershire made 307 all out in their first innings. Warwickshire are 112 for 4 after 33 overs, still trailing by 195 runs.
Shut up. You actually just texted and said, shut up. I love the powers there.
Unfortunately, due to the rain currently falling, we have a delayed start to the evening sessions. Surrey currently 169 for 3 after 70 overs, but due to the rain, the evening session has been delayed. If the rain stops falling, we hope to bring you updates on prospects of play shortly afterwards, and thank you very much for your patience and support. Before I bring you up to date with scores from the second division of the county championship, if you fancied a half-price pie, pasty or sausage roll, well, they are all available now in our various Somerset concessions. All pies, pasties and sausage rolls are now half price. So moving into Division 2, it's tea at Leicester. Leicestershire against Yorkshire. Leicestershire were bowled out for 98 in their first innings. Yorkshire responded with 379. Leicestershire are 35 for 2 second time around, still trailing by 246 runs. It's tea at Lords, Middlesex against Gloucestershire. Middlesex made 377 in their first innings. Gloucestershire 154 for 5, trailing by 223 runs. At Northampton, Northamptonshire taking on Derbyshire. Northampton made 219 in their first innings. Derbyshire dismissed for 165. Northampton 97 for 3 second time around. They lead Derbyshire by 151 runs. And finally at home, where Sussex are taking on Glamorgan. Glamorgan made 186 in their first innings. Sussex 336 for 5. A lead of 150 runs with 5 first innings wickets still intact.
I've only ever met him twice. Yeah, no.
And then you had
Good afternoon, everyone. Confirmation, unfortunately, from the umpiring team that today's play has been abandoned. So Surrey closed day 2 on 169.43 after 70 overs, but due to rain, play has now been abandoned for the day. Thank you very much for your support here at the Cooper Associates County Ground today. We look forward to welcoming you back here tomorrow for the start of day 3, which is scheduled to get underway at 10:30 with gates opening at 9:30. So we've play abandoned for the day from everyone here at Somerset County Cricket Club. I'd like to wish you a pleasant evening, a safe journey home, and don't forget, report, reaction and highlights from day 2 will be available across our social media channels and the official Somerset County Cricket Club website. Good evening.